there, everybody, and welcome back to Roll with Advantage. Very excited to be here for today's session of the Crimson Court. John is running a little bit late today, so he'll be joining in a little bit later. He's not here right now, but he will be here in the next 10-15 minutes. Let's go ahead and dive in. As is tradition, I don't do the summary. Ryan typically does. Ryan, take it away.
Hello. All right, Act 1, Chapter 20, A Night of Roses. The session opens with Merrick going to see his mother and grandfather. Merrick asks Sharn about drowning as a child. Sharn admits that he fell into the water once in Kraken's Reach, but his grandfather Garen saved him from the water, though he was under for some time. She tells Merrick that she is proud of what he has accomplished so far, but asks him to not speak of the incident to Garen, saying that it is a sore spot for him. Merrick then asks Garen to make sure that should any word of civil war between the heirs come up, that he reassure the people that House Veltaris has no desire to fight unless Adaria is truly in danger. Edwin soon gathers his siblings into a room and confides in them the truth of what he was doing in the dregs and how he knew the man that tried to kill him yesterday. He also admits to buying truth serum, which is illegal in Adaria, and is still holding on to it. After a discussion, Edwin agrees to get rid of it, fearing that it would make him seem more suspicious with his upcoming accusation of Davian. That night, Talon, the High King of the Nornathi, Astrid, and the King's Hand all gather. Edwin reveals the truth that Davian is the one threatening their lives. Talon is furious, unable to understand why Edwin would want to wait and let indecision rule him in this moment. Astrid is furious over the lies, feeling that she could have helped, and the High King gives Edwin 1 month to see Davian brought to justice, or else his hunters will hunt Davian and kill him, regardless of who stands in their way. Talon is able to cool down, but Edwin remains upset at him over his reaction, eventually leaving. Merrick remains behind, trying to make sure that Talon is okay, and mentioning their plans with Kester to find a link to incriminate Davian. Edwin heads back to his room and speaks to his gauntlet, wanting to know where Davian is so he can end this once and for all. The gauntlet agrees, but sends him down to the dungeons first, saying that there was someone that wanted to meet him. Edwin heads off, with Kaelin following him unseen. Down in the dungeons, Edwin is greeted by an Arcan, Varesh the Shepherd. He wears a similar gauntlet to Edwin and speaks of helping Edwin to unlock its power, though says that they should experiment on another prisoner first. Edwin immediately refuses, turning to leave to go and find Davian on his own. Varesh casts a spell to hold him, but Kaelin starts to fight him. With the two siblings working together, Varesh retreats before Crown Claw Knights arrive. They reveal that the guards stationed have been harmed and seem to be in an inert space. They are escorted to Edwin's room, where Edwin opens up about the history of the gauntlet. Kaelin encourages Edwin to no longer use it, fearing that it will harm Edwin like the dragon ritual is doing to Via. Edwin only promises to try, tempted that the gauntlet can kill Davian. The two go to sleep, and the gauntlet admits that it is impressed with Edwin, along with letting him know the times that Davian is frequently alone. Via performs her ritual that night, but finds that her skin seems to grow old with liver spots and wrinkled skin. It's only when the ritual ends that she regains her youthful appearance. She tries to sleep that night, but the sound of flapping wings that never materializes stops her. Merrick heads to bed, but wakes up knee-deep in the coast of Sea Haven. He is awoken by a fisherman, and the two are able to escape before Sahagween are able to attack them. Merrick thanks the man and returns home, only for Talon to call a meeting with the King's Hand. In the meeting, Davian speaks of the contestants, but after he leaves, everyone opens up about their nights, with each heir having their own trial, it seems. Worried for the future, the King's Hand wonder why all these events are happening simultaneously as these forces pull on each of them. They all turn and depart, ready to start the third trial of the Sentinel Festival.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Ryan. So, that is where we will go ahead and pick up. So, all of you having just finished talking with Talon, but you are needed, right? All of you need to attend to the next trial to witness the participants and see who's going to come out on top in that trial. So that is where we're going to head. So all of you make your way throughout the complicated corridors within Skyhaven and eventually arrive within the a large retrofitted training arena with stands and stone walls. So a sizable crowd can gather to watch this trial. Most of the individuals that are watching this trial are nobility, lords and lady paramounts, wealthy merchants, or foreign dignitaries that have been that have arrived, like Via's uncle and the High King of the Nornathi, as well as Freya. Or oh my goodness, I can't remember Edwin's name.
Astrid.
Astrid. Thank you so
Astrid.
much. Yeah, thank you. So, we will go ahead and dive in. Where is my music? There we
Look, you were worried we weren't going to get to a thing. We're jumping right into one.
Well, Talon did
Time to
say
take
at the
notes.
end of last session, all right, we gotta go. That was also Joe saying, we gotta do these trials, guys. Okay, there we go. Sure. So, all of you arrive, and you can see this ancient training yard. Long predates that of House Falkrest, but has been home to many generations of House Falkrest, of those warriors who have honed their skills here. There is a circle of white sand that has been marked beneath this sort of very gray morning autumn sky. The mountain air, it carries this scent of pine and small hints of salt from the sea below. Overhead, there are these ravens that circle. Each contestant stands at the circle's edge, and each one of them have a delicate mountain flower, pale blue with silver edges, pinned carefully to the very center of their chest. These blooms seem ethereal, and they seem almost ethereal, especially in comparison to the weathered armor of some and the grim faces of others. These are flowers that grow specifically in autumn here around Skyhaven. They grow specifically on a treacherous cliff that is very well known as very treacherous. Treacherous is known as very treacherous, and it took a great deal of effort to gather these flowers. And so there's a great deal of value that flowers have themselves. At that moment, Lady Marianne Blackthorn, she will stand on a bit of a parapet as all of you are seated. And she will say, "Precision over power. Cut only what you must, and protect only what matters. No harm shall be dealt to any of the contestants physically. Your aim is to remove the flower. And with that, our first contestants will enter the ring." And then, chosen randomly, she will call out the first duo, which is... Oh, that's right.
Can I chime in on one thing real quick, Joe?
Yeah, sure.
Just as every pairing or group is coming out, Merrick's actually going to take his spyglass that sees through illusions, and he wants to look at each contestant as they come out. Just wants to double check some things.
Yeah. So right now, go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay.
Are you looking for anything in particular?
I mean, the whole thing is that, like, I know it can only show through, like, minor illusions, so he's just trying to see, like, he sees them come out, then he pulls up the spyglass and just is something different, Because why would anyone be using an illusion right now? That'd be weird.
Wait, it's like that thing in Harry Potter when Snape was whispering a spell. You guys remember that shit?
I do remember that.
But it was a counterspell.
Yeah.
All right. And we'll be throwing a guidance on that, because why not? Sick. 24.
Okay.
Jackpot.
So 24, as you begin to peer at the different contestants, it seems as though right now, as no one has entered, there's no type of illusory magic or anything of the sort that is happening. However, you do see the first two contestants that are called forward and step into the ring, and it is Victor Bloodmoon of Maldaris and Thalia Aurelius of Elysia. And with that, the other pairings are announced with Astarius as well as Bjorn next, and then a trio of Lord Garrett Greenmeyer, Brenna Stonehill, and Seraphina Lumanus. I'll go ahead and move us here. So you see, let me go ahead and move these
cool.
out here. You see these two, Thalia and Victor, step
Bell.
in. And yes, can't win them all.
I just love it.
There is a bell that is rung, not so mystical and floating in the middle of nowhere, but it is rung. As the trial will be. Oh my god, dude, are you kidding me? Oh, what's up?
Jonathan.
What's up, Jern?
Good timing. First trial begin.
All right.
Technically.
The two step forward, and immediately Victor is going to turn his back to Thalia. And you see him, with your 24, Merrick, you'll see him sort of move towards his chest, and you see him sort of take the flower and kind of like move it just a little bit, and he is going to cast a spell. He is going to cast Minor Illusion, and he's going to cause 4 more flowers to appear or to apparate on his chest. Having shifted it initially, now there are 4 flowers on his chest, where initially there was 1. Thalia you can tell which one is the minor illusion. He didn't like pick it up and move it at all. He just kind of jostled it around to make it more so look like he moved it, but it's still the same one, in the same place as it was placed. He will turn back around to Thalia and say, "Well, I hope that this is not a faux pas in the challenge. I'm sure you are dexterous enough, you are cunning enough, you can..." And in that moment, Thalia, with one quick step and a thrusting jab from the spear, ends up slashing into one of the illusory flowers as his defenses are down, way too cocky, and he will kind of jolt back and apparate the rapier of flame out of nowhere and say, "No talking then." Very well, I understand. And he will sort of turn profile, using the rapier as a guard, and making it much harder to hit any of the 3 flowers that remain on his chest. All right. So here we go. Let me see here. Yeah, they are going to go ahead and make some contested rolls here. The goal is... Oh, can I have another d20, please? There we go. The goal here is to hit what their AC is, whatever their AC is, plus 3. And if they do that, they hit the flower. If they hit their the other person's AC minus 5, then that'll end up being a close call to actually hitting the individual. So we have our 2 neighboring realm champions going up against each other. Victor is going to return with a strike there. So let's see. That is going to be... that would be a hit on Thalia, but not on the flower. So you can see that he makes a couple of quick jabs with the rapier, and even there is a blast from what would be Eldritch Blast towards her feet to try and throw her off balance a bit, but she's able to sort of dodge and jump out of the way, keeping a defensive stance very low to the ground with the spear pointed up. Thalia will then retaliate. That would hit Victor, but not the flower. As you can see that she sort of does a couple of quick, like, back and forths and then jabs upward, trying to mimic the same movement that hit the first flower that was illusory. But Victor's just able to sort of step back and dodge out of the way as the spear misses. Let's see. As it gets to Victor's turn again, he is going to... take a moment, and he is going to cast a spell, actually. And let's see, what is he gonna do? Well, okay. Well, I don't know if he is, because any of these spells that he has, these are... I need to hurt. I need to hurt someone. Okay. Here's what he'll do. He is going to Misty Step. In an attempt to sort of like shift, he'll like end up zigzagging as the ball of mist that he is, sort of around her a few times, and then try to appear at an off angle behind her in an attempt to strike at the flower. Okay. Alrighty. So that would definitely be a hit. Roll a dex saving throw real quick for Thalia to see if she can dodge out of the way. Okay. You can see that in that moment, that was almost a perfect strike from Victor as he like jabs forward and would hit the flower almost perfectly, precisely, hitting it right where that sort of like threading material is that sort of binds it to the armor and slashing it off with the rapier. But you can see that she is just able to lean back and take the length of her staff and sort of slam into the rapier and then slam it to the ground, and she's going to try to retaliate here. And she will... Oh, man. What is she going to do? Duplicate. He is at a disadvantageous position right now. So she... is going to attempt to cast Hold Person. That is a failure on the Wisdom saving throw. From Victor, however, that was her action. Goes back to Victor. He'll get another Wisdom saving throw. That is another failure. There are 3 flowers on his chest. Since she is a multi-class, she gets 2 attacks. So these will with advantage. She reaches towards, well, she's going to make a perception check to see, or an investigation check to see if she can determine which one's fake. Does not really know. She's going to grab at one. The illusion will kind of fade. She's going to grab at another one. I'll roll a d4. Even she picks the right one. Odd. She picks the wrong one. That's an odd. All right. So she goes to grab at it. There's only 1 flower left on his chest. It goes back to Victor's turn. And that is another failure. And so Victor frozen in place. You can see this sort of like infernal rage kind of burning at his eyes, wanting to break free of the spell, but he just has no way to do it. And Thalia will just smirk, and she will delicately reach towards the flower, pulling it slightly from his shirt, and then taking the tip of the spear and just cutting at the threads to very delicately remove it. And she will raise the flower, and she will drop the spell right afterwards, as Victor will sort of like lurch down for a moment, and you can see that sort of like fire as he looks up, and he'll breathe, and he'll say, "It was a very good fight. You proved yourself, well, quite the talented spellcaster. Thalia will turn to him and she will bow and say, as did you. The illusion was, well, clever, but I suppose not clever enough. I suppose so. Well, very good. And he will give a slight bow to her, and she will bow to the crowd. There are cheers all around as the two of them head outside the circle. Lady Marianne will then announce for the next two contestants to enter the circle. And that is Astarius and Bjorn. Okay. So... there we go. The two of them will enter. Bjorn will give a bow to Astarius, and Bjorn will say, I am sorry if I hurt you. It is not on purpose. My strikes are not delicate. Astarius will sort of nod and say, if I am being honest, mine typically aren't either. So, if we both go into it understanding that, if one of the two of us hits the other, I think it's alright. Well, for me, it's alright. I don't think it will be for them, pointing generally towards you guys. Well, if it's okay with you, then okay. Alright. And with that, they sort of step in, and Bjorn is not going to shift. He's going to stay in human form, and you can see instead of pulling that great sword out, he is going to pull two very short daggers out of his out from behind the back of his coat, and he's going to try and use something a little more delicate that will still end up being brutish a little bit. Astarius, you can see, kind of bows his head and chants a few words, and you can see those astral arms begin to project out of his hand, out of his back. 6 more arms, sort of conjuring. Bjorn nods, very unsure, and will sort of begin to get low, having both of the daggers pointing outward out of the back of his hands, and will sort of get low and make a cross over his chest where the flower is. And the two of them will begin to approach. I'm going to go ahead and, since neither one of them is being a jackwagon, I'll roll initiative for him. Okay, Astarius very low there, Bjorn very high. Bjorn will make the first move, and as he steps forward, he is just going to sort of crouch even lower, making himself as small as he possibly can, sort of looking up towards Astarius, and Bjorn is actually going to take the dodge action. And Astarius is going to take his turn. All right, so Astarius is going to move straight in and is just going to try and start making these like very soft jabs and punches to try and get Bjorn to shift or become unsettled so he can get a bit of a better advantage in terms of attacking him. Okay. Nope. Disadvantage because the dodge. Nope. Okay, and then he will, being a monk, flurry of blows, make 2 extra attacks. Disadvantage. Nope. Okay, that last one, you can see, all of these punches just sort of like either getting deflected or parried or sort of slashed away with the dull ends of the daggers towards the astral arms in particular, just to sort of break them apart so they can't find purchase. The last one is actually going to slam right into that sort of cross where Bjorn's arms are and slam into the flower like right above his throat. And you can see Astarius is going to try to make a move to jab underneath and sort of tear the flower from behind Bjorn's guard. Bjorn is going to succeed on that dexterity saving throw, and it's good just like roll off to the side and go back into that crouched defensive position as Astarius is sort of like stumbling forward, having been deflected from that strike. And Bjorn then is going to, as it gets back to his turn, is going to crouch down even further, and then is going to spring up in this sort of like primal like leap towards Astarius to try and tackle him to the ground. And for Bjorn, that is going to be a success on that strength check against, or athletics against Astarius' acrobatics, tackling him to the ground, sort of getting him in a headlock, and then is going to try and take one of those daggers and is going to attempt to slash at the leaf there, or at the flower. Let's see. Okay. Okay, that is a hit. We'll see if Astarius can block it. Astarius does block it. As the knife comes up, you can see that, like, both of his hands, his real arms, are, like, scratching at Bjorn, trying to, like, get him off. But you can see those 6 astral hands are trying to get them off the ground, pushing up. 2 of them come up and grab Bjorn's arm before it can slash at the flower. Getting back to Astarius' turn. That is a natural 20 on that. First strike is going to attempt to take that, well, that's not even to take the flower, because right now he has no way to get to it. This is just to try and break out of the grapple, which he will do, sort of using all 8 arms, his 6 astral ones and the 2 real ones, to peel Bjorn's arms away. That's the strength that it takes from him to push Bjorn's arms away, and sort of push off Bjorn standing up. That was his action. He will attempt to make 2 more attacks, Bjorn having not taken a dodge action, and at a bit of a disadvantage right now. Okay. All right. So the second one did miss the flower. The first one did miss the flower. The second one did not. Bjorn's got another chance here. See if he can dodge out of the way. All right, he does dodge away with that last one. As you can see, there is just this like war of attrition happening between the 2 of them, as there are so many close calls where Astarius is in this moment is like reaching forward, and you can see Bjorn parries one of the arms and ends up grabbing like 2 of them, dropping one of the daggers to the ground. And you can see the other 2 fists like come up and like punch Bjorn in the stomach, causing him to heave a bit forward. And then those one of the last hands tries to come up and like grab at the flower in an attempt to rip it off. But you see Bjorn as that one dagger is like falling from his hand and dropping to the ground after it had been knocked out with that first parry. You can see these like quick animalistic reflexes. He looks down and you see he goes to kick the dagger up with his other foot, and it pierces right through the astral arm, causing it to almost like disapparate. Disapparate? That's not a word. Dissipate. Jesus fucking Christ. Dissipate. And it's unable to grab at that flower, as then the dagger goes up and then over, landing in the ground, blade down, sticking up, sword in the stone style. And then it'll be Bjorn's turn, as they're sort of like locked in this very reminiscent of like early wrestling, where they sort of like lock hands at the beginning and they're like face to face. Imagine that, but a guy with 8 arms and a guy with 2 arms, and somehow the guy with 2 arms is holding his own. So Bjorn, one dagger in hand, in this like grapple, is going to try something. Let's see. Okay, you can see, I'm gonna make a saving throw for here. Okay, you see there is a moment where Bjorn, he kind of grits his teeth, and you can see this like this flash, almost this bestial flash, almost like that werebear urge, that desire to shift comes to him initially, but he stifles it, he pushes it down, and he breathes deeply, and he will not go into this sort of frenzy. He will instead keep his cool, and he's going to attempt to break the grapple and then slash the flower. Break the grapple. That's a natural 20. Astarius, what do you got? Not a natural 20, that's for sure. So you can see he will sort of like grabbing like two of the astral arms will like twist them back. And you can see that there's this sort of like phantom pain that Astarius experiences with just a twisting motion. As it's unnatural, they're not supposed to bend that way. There's so much energy that he pours into it. Bending them, they dissipate. So now Astarius is down 3 astral arms, and Bjorn, broken the grapple, 1 dagger free. He's going to attempt to slice up and then down right in front of Astarius' chest to see if he can lop off the flower. It's really sad, Bjorn. As he does, he goes to slash it off. You can see Astarius puts his hands up and is able to block, but he puts his 2 real hands up as he ends up catching the blade of the dagger in his hands. And you can see Bjorn shocked for a moment as Bjorn rolled below his AC by 5. Astarius sort of grits his teeth and pulls down, but something very strange is Astarius does not bleed. There is no blood that comes from his hands, but the dagger is in his palms enough where he definitely should be. He does not, though. And you can see Bjorn kind of like sniffs for a moment and is very confused also. It'll go back to Astarius' turn. Astarius is going to attempt to take the dagger. That will actually not. He'll try and wrestle it from his hands. Doesn't work. Another attack there. That won't hit the flower, but you can see there is a astral fish that sort of fist that comes up and punches Bjorn in the stomach, again knocking the air out of him while they're still locked in this grapple with the blade in Astarius' hand. He's gonna flurry of blows again to see if he can break it. Nope. You can see that he's just now like punching into Bjorn's stomach, trying to get him to break this grapple, but Bjorn is a wall of meat. He's taking it. Astarius is then yeah, he tried to go with the overwhelming force there. He does not have anything left, and if he tries to move back, it might not help him very much right now, at least if they're locked in the grapple with the 1 dagger. Can't do much else. Okay, so then it comes to Bjorn. Man. So Bjorn is going to... Okay. Bjorn is going to disengage. So he is going to pull the dagger back, and he's going to kind of like... I don't know. He's going to like Dark Souls combat roll towards his other dagger. And then he's a druid fighter, so he's going to action surge, and he's going to take the dagger, and as Astarius is turning around, he's going to attempt to throw the dagger and have it slice the flower off. Unexpected. Let's see, Bjorn. Please don't fuck up. Okay. All right. What's Astarius' AC again, just to be sure?
Like 35.
Only 35, yeah. Okay. So, as Bjorn throws the dagger, you can see Astarius gets 1 opportunity, because this will hit the flower. He gets 1 opportunity here, 1 more opportunity to dodge out of the way.
Can't he do that elf or the monk thing where he can catch shit? Catch arrows at you or whatever the fuck that's called?
That's true.
Yo, whose side are you on?
But
Listen, you know whose side I'm on, okay? But this was never gonna be Bjorn's game.
Can I talk? So that would be a failure, but Astarius is going to use a temporal die to re-roll it. As you can see, there is this moment where time kind of fractures. As 1, the dagger does hit, but in another, the dagger does not. And those realities recollide, and the dagger flies, and as it goes, Astarius is no longer in the spot where he threw the it. So the dagger will fly and it will impact into a wooden post, and Bjorn will sort of look confused, a bit overwhelmed by where his target was, and now it's 5 feet in the opposite direction. And that'll bring us to Astarius, and Astarius will move over, and he is going to dash towards Bjorn, and he will attempt to take the flower. And Bjorn gets an opportunity to try and avoid it, and he will not. So you can see that Astarius moves in, sort of dashing back and forth erratically. Bjorn's still trying to figure out how the dagger throw missed. And Astarius will move up and he will make one swing. Bjorn will block it and throw the fist to the ground. But with that other fist, with one of the astral hands, it'll move up. Bjorn will grab that with his other hand. But with Astarius's real hand, the one that's left, he will go up and he will make this almost like a blade-shaped motion with his hand, and he will just sort of slash up and yank the flower off of Bjorn's chest. As Astarius wins the challenge. You can see Bjorn, he sort of looks to Astarius and will stand, and he will applaud Astarius and sort of gesture to him as the crowd cheers for Astarius. Astarius will just sort of look after the crowd and nod, and Bjorn will say, "How did you do that?" "It is a trick from the astral sea, bending time. It is incredibly helpful in moments like those where I would have lost regardless." "Yes. Huh. I could see how bending time could come in use. No. It was a good fight. I am sorry about the dagger in your hands. And I am sorry for the punches to your stomach. It is all right. Not the worst punches I've had." And Astarius will nod at that. And Bjorn was making a joke, but Astarius didn't get it, so that's okay. Bjorn will only feel a little bad that somebody didn't get his joke. He thought he was getting better at those in common, but guess not. And you can see, once again, they'll sort of stand there for a moment, and they'll both bow, and then head to the outside of the ring. All right. Whew. So then we move to our last trio, or our last 3. Now, how this one is going to work is this is going to be elimination. The first one to... Oh, no, that's not how it works. The first one to get a flower will be the victor of the round. Because otherwise the math doesn't really make sense very much. Okay. So, but there's still enough going on where you'll be able to determine if, you like the way somebody did something. Okay, Garrett. Okay, Seraphina. I just wanted to make sure that I was getting her name right. And Brenna are the next 3. They will enter. They will all enter with honor. They will all bow to the crowd, and they will begin to form their sort of defensive positions. Now, Garrett is going to immediately sort of take his shield, and he is going to put it right in front of the flower, and then sort of have his sword at a downward facing position, creating this very tall silhouette of defense and a very low weapon on the ground, to make some deceptive strikes. Brenna is going to enter. And as she does, oh man, sorry. She pulls out two very small, like twin hand axes. And she just sort of has them like off to the side, and she's also going to get a little bit low. You can see her and Bjorn share some strategy there, but she's going to hang back. And then Seraphina, you can see that she ends up saying a small prayer, and you can see her eyes begin to glow with golden light as divinity is going to guide her strikes throughout this fight. So here we go. Brenna is going to hang back as Seraphina is going to move towards Bjorn first. Let's roll initiative, see who goes first.
You mean Garrett?
Garrett, yeah, sorry, what did I say?
Bjorn.
Bjorn, yeah, sorry, my bad.
No, you're doing great, dude. This is a lot of words.
True. So, Garrett, Seraphina, Brenna. Okay. So Seraphina will go first, and she will move towards Garrett. Since Garrett seems to be the most ready to strike in that moment, Brenna hanging back. She moves towards Garrett. She is going to attempt to stab at him to break his guard. That is going to be a hit, but because of his sort of like bastion position that he has right now, instead of hitting at the flower, she's just going to end up moving and sort of breaking the shield away, so he could, so the flower is exposed now and can be hit. Her next attack, Garrett is able to parry that attack, and third attack, Garrett parries that one as well. For all her divine energy, at least right now, Garrett is able to hang in there, and he's able to deflect these blows with a considerable amount of effort. You can see the sort of like sweat already beginning to grow on his brow. He's locked in right now. Okay. It is now Brenna's turn. Brenna is going to do nothing. She's going to take the dodge action, and she's going to stay far away. Garrett. Garrett is going to see what Brenna's doing and is going to attempt to stay within range of Seraphina, but angle himself so his back is to Brenna. And then he is going to take the dodge action. It's going to come back to Seraphina. Seraphina is going to say, so is this what people from the material plane do? In fights of honor, they sit and they wait. Garrett will respond, and this is what they do in the hells? They stand and talk? Fight already! And she will make a couple of stabs. Miss. That is a hit on that one as he pulls the shield back up, taking the dodge. Oh, that's right. These should have been with just straight rolls. That's my bad. So the first one was still a miss. The second one would have been a regular hit, not enough to hit the flower or to knock the shield away. But as she stabs forward, Garrett is going to step to the side, and he's going to grab the spear, and you can see he sort of grimaces as the spear is like white hot. And he's going to grab it, and he's going to fling her forward towards Brenna. And you can see Brenna, her eyes are wide, not having expected. She wanted to hang on the edge until the other two had sort of tired themselves out, and then she could come in for a swift victory. But she still has one more attack, Seraphina, and now being there for a new contestant, we'll head towards Brenna. You can see Brenna is able to dodge out of the way of the spear attack as Seraphina was thrown a little off here. It's now Brenna's turn. No way out of it now, so she is going to attempt to make a strike. That is going to be a miss against Seraphina, as she's just able to take the butt into the spear and knock into the hand axes. As Brenna sort of stumbles off to the side of it, she's going to make a second attack. That is also going to be a miss, as this time the spear sort of comes up and hooks onto one of the bottoms of the hand axes and will fling one of the hand axes off to the side as it sort of skitters. It is Garrett's turn. He is going to... He's going to recall the rules momentarily to see if he has a has an interesting way out of this. Okay. He recalls the rules and remembers that nothing specific was stated about this, so he's going to try it and hope that it's okay with the people who made the rules. So Garrett is going to move forward, and he is actually going to do a bashing shield charge into Seraphina in an attempt to knock her out of the ring. He's going to try it. So, okay, Seraphina, that needs to be a high roll. That is not a high roll. You can see he sort of like lets out this like bellowing roar as he just charges forward. Seraphina turns around, and as she does, slammed with this like kite shield to the chest as she just flings back from the force, the stampede of Lord Garrett Greenmeyer, and is going to fling her out. And she's going to make a save real quick to see if she gets flung out, or she does have wings if she can sort of like flap and save herself here. No, she cannot. As Seraphina is sort of like flung out, she tries, but as she begins to flap those wings, for when they take a moment to emerge, and as she begins to flap, her wings end up going outside of the circle, and then eventually her legs do, even if she is floating above the ground. As Seraphina is eliminated, not having the flower removed, but she is removed as a contestant, having left the dueling arena, which leaves Garrett and Brenna. Garrett used his action to do that, so he's going to sort of hold the shield up, not as the great wall that he had before, but just in an attempt to try and block whatever Brenna's going to do with her one hand axe. Brenna. He is going to attempt. She's going to make 2 attacks at Garrett. That's a pretty good one. First one is going to come down, and it is going to end up slamming into the shield, knocking it back. Another attack. You can see it's going to sort of come down, and it is coming down in this like sharp, angular form where she's almost twisting her body. So it will come down straight over the flower, cutting it loose from the Garrett's chest. Garrett will get a chance to save from it. He does. He sort of steps backward, dodging out of the way. And it is Garrett's turn. And he is going to attempt to take the point of the sword and just thread it and slash it off. Let's see. Okay, first one is a miss. Second one is a hit. Brenna, does she save? She does not. As the sword comes up and slashes away at the flower, it falls down, sort of drifting slowly. As you can see, Seraphina at that point begins to move back into the ring. And she is going to say, in the rules that the Herald said just moments ago, there was no mention of elimination by stepping outside of the ring. Well, if that's the case, Lady Seraphina, why have a ring in the first place? He just looks at her like that. Congratulations, Sir Garrett, on your victory. Yes, congratulations on your victory, Sir Garrett. Listen, there had to be some type of restriction in the fighting arena. Okay.
That's great.
No, yeah, I'm all for this. This is interesting.
Yeah, no one here is complaining.
Yeah.
No, I was just saying.
bad.
Okay, as the flower drops, there is some tension in that moment, but eventually Seraphina does back down, as well as Brenna accepting with grace that Sir Garrett is the victor in this trial. The three victors step forward into the circle once more as Astarius, Garrett, and Thalia all take one final bow together. The other four contestants either clapping or half-heartedly clapping for them. Victor has a very big smile on his face, but it's very golf claps. And Seraphina is not scowling, but has a bit more of like a deepened thought face, as there are some small claps happening for the other contestants. All right. Oh, that one had no fade on it. Whoops, that was a bit of an abrupt cut. My bad. As the trial comes to an end, Lady Marianne will step forward and say, one final congratulations to the victor of this trial, Astarius, Lord Garrett Greenmire, and Thalia Aurelius. Congratulations to all our contestants for their show and prowess of ability. And may all of you remember that there will still be many opportunities to prove yourselves as the future sentinel of the nation of Daria. And the crowd will once again stand and they'll applaud all the contestants as all of them will head off in various directions for various activities throughout the rest of the day. But with that, the trial has been completed. And that one did take quite a bit of time. So we'll say it's, by the time that it's all cleaned up, all of you head back to your rooms, you sort of tidy up and get ready for the rest of the day. We'll say it's about 11 a.m. at that point, as all of you kind of re-enter into that sort of festival sphere, heading back to Skyhaven, leaving the trial behind. Okay. Now what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask all of you if there's anything you'd like to do so I can take a small break from talking. That would be really cool, actually, if we could do that.
I want to talk to Talon. I want to talk to Sharn. I want to talk to...
This
Esther.
guy stinks!
I want to talk to that shepherd guy. I want to talk to that fisherman that saved me. I have a question for you personally.
You can talk to the fisherman, I guess. He's cool.
Okay. Yeah, he was awesome.
It's okay if you guys don't have anything you want to do just amongst yourselves. You can do other things too. But the floor is yours now. If there's anything on this day in particular you'd like to do before tomorrow's trial or anything else that'll happen tonight. Well, don't all speak up at once. So,
Here, Joe? Or, right, John? Fuck.
no, I cannot hear John.
Oh, he asked a question. You have him muted.
Oh.
That was so fucking rude. I
Okay.
was.
Yeah, John was like,
No,
No,
"That's
I
a
know why.
shit."
I know why
I
he
was
had
like-
me muted. We played Peak and he had to mute me. No, wait, not Peak. It was Spell Table.
Oh, it was spell
We muted
table.
each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With that kid who was
Um,
ignoring his, or that guy who was ignoring his child while
His child,
literally was in,
yeah.
literally was in frame, like here. You could see his face, and the kid was going,
And he just grabbed him like,
Yo, what
Stop.
if he watches this?
fuck that
He
guy.
won't.
So what I said was Edwin wasn't really paying attention to the games. He was definitely just like kind of, I wouldn't say staring. He was a bombastic side eye to Astrid and the king the entire time. what was going on with them? He's like trying to figure out how they're feeling.
They were
Also, was
watching.
Davian there?
They were watching the trial. The High King definitely seemed more into it, watching the combat, and especially during Bjorn and Astarius's fight. He seemed to have enjoyed that one the most. Astrid, her mind seems to be elsewhere. She was kind of, disassociating. That's kind of what it looked like.
Davian, was he there?
Davian was not at the trial, no.
Of course he wasn't, that little bitch. Edwin's not going to go talk to them for sake of your voice. So,
You can if you want to. I was just joking.
I mean, honestly, Edwin's kind of moping about. He's a little moper today. He's not in a good mood.
What's
And
new?
it's apparent.
Ew, got him.
It's apparent because he's a parent. He'd probably go start playing with Freya at some point. So if anyone wants to find him, he's around being a little mope.
Well, Freya is still in Talon's room. As of right now.
Oh, Talon wasn't at the thing.
No, Talon was at the event, but Freya was not at the event. Freya has stayed in like Talon's quarters during most days, unless it is time for her to, head to bed, and she goes with.
Yeah, so after the trials, Edwin's just gonna head to Talon's room and go hang out with her for a little bit.
Okay, cool.
Okay, well, Caitlin has a thing.
Okay.
Well, I guess she has two things. The first one I'll make it short, just because, you did a lot of talking. She has two different pouches with her, and they both have different kinds of tea. So she's gonna go deliver the first one to Bjorn wherever he is. And we don't have to roleplay this out because again, you just did a lot of talking, but just to it's there to just pick up his spirits. The intention behind it is to brighten his mood. It is a picker-upper, if you will, because he's kind of getting his butt kicked. But holding his own, we'll note, just in case anybody's curious. So she'll bring that to him and kind of wish him luck for the rest of what's to come. And then she'll have the other pouch of tea. I am not breaking the rules. She is just being a supportive person. Shut up. And then she's gonna bring the other one to Merrick. So she'll go find him. Wherever he's at.
Okay. Where would Merrick be? Around noon after the festival event of precision and awareness.
I mean, because once we're in Skyhaven, we can kind of go and do whatever we want. It was only when we were leaving and out that we had to be a unit, right? That was kind of what was decided.
Ideally, you should be a unit all the time, especially around nobility, but in Skyhaven, since this is your home, it's a little more acceptable.
Even though Guy teleported in and out yesterday. Totally understand. Anyways, hopefully that doesn't happen again. I think Merrick would actually be up in the rookery. Do we have a rookery? I assume we do. Yes, we do. We used it last time we were here.
Yeah.
Silly question. But yeah, I think he would be up there just kind of busying himself, making sure that, the birds are fine and taken care of, and just, doing something that he's familiar with to kind of help pass the time.
Yeah. And Kaylin, you could find him up there rather quickly.
Oh, I forgot that Dad said that. Okay, well, shut up. She just dropped the tea off at his door and walked away. Anyway, she's gonna go find Merrick. She didn't interact with Bjorn. I take some white out and I erase that part. But she would deliver some tea. Okay. She's going to find Merrick. And I guess she'll ask around and figure out where he's at and go up to the rookery. And she'll just say... Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to joke like she sees two Crown Guard knights outside the rookery. Ah, there he is.
Yes.
Kaylin, your two Crown Claw Knights follow you up to the rookery.
Yeah, Kaylin, I just want you to know, mean mugs them the entire time. She doesn't say anything. She just stares daggers at them. She hates being followed around.
Leave them alone.
No,
They haven't
she's
done
not.
anything.
I don't care. Kaylin's a bitch,
They-
and she doesn't like it.
And Kaylin, rightfully so, they're not looking at you. They are looking everywhere but directly where you are because they're looking out for threats to protect you.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. Kaylin still doesn't like them.
Ungrateful. Anyway.
She is, and she's every now and then Samson does a little hiss towards them, and she just goes. Anyway.
So you head up to the
Getting
rookery.
to Mary. Yeah. She says, I brought you something. If you
What
have a
is it?
second. She hands the bag over to him. It's tea that will make sure you don't sleepwalk anymore. Hopefully.
But say you sound pretty confident when we don't even know what exactly the source of this is, but I appreciate it. I'm on top of my own plans. I'm sure it'll help, thank you.
Well, if it is actually sleepwalking, you won't. But what plans do you have?
Well, they're gonna sound extreme to say out loud. Okay, I'll tell you. For Rosemont, and you see he feels almost a little like silly saying it. Well, first on the ship, I had tied myself to the bed when I was sleeping, so I thought I only had to worry about that on the ocean, but apparently if I'm anywhere near water, I need to worry about it, or at least seawater, so I'll pick up that habit again. And worst case scenario, if somehow I'm able to undo the bindings in my sleep, I have some caltrops I'm going to put around my bed, so I step on them. I'm hoping that'll do the trick.
Well, I think with all these things in mind, I don't think you're going anywhere.
That's the hope. But like I said, thank you. It was thoughtful.
I do care about all my siblings, believe it or not. And it seems as though there's something out to get each of you. So if I can do what I can to help, I'm going to. I care about you all, even if it doesn't seem like it.
I never said you didn't care.
Well,
did someone else
Are
say
you-
that?
she looks at you. I think sometimes actions speak louder than words. And sometimes very sharp words cut deeper than others.
Fair enough. Silly question, I suppose.
Well, I suppose it is silly to also ask if you are doing all right.
I'm fine. It's concerning, but whatever this is, we've stopped it and beaten it at every turn, and we will continue to do so. I got lucky last time. Lowered my guard. That was a mistake. One that will not be repeated.
Have you, spoken to your mother about it?
I did. She said that there was a time in Kraken's Reach when my grandfather was watching me, and he's never been good around little kids. He wasn't watching me as closely as he should have, and I fell into the water. Have you ever been to Kraken's Reach?
No, I haven't.
The water there's not like here. It's stronger, angrier. I was pulled down immediately. He jumped right in. He got me out. I took a lot of water, but said I didn't drown.
Kind of odd, don't you think? I mean, to not keep an eye on a small child around water like that? Didn't strike you as weird?
My Voltaris family is not like our Falcrest one.
That
If
could
you knew
mean
them, you'd
anything.
understand.
Well, help me understand. I don't.
He made a mistake.
Does Kaylin believe that you believe that?
100%.
She frowns. Okay. If you say so, I am glad that you're still here and that he quickly recognized the mistake. But what I mean, that's the end of it then. Then everything else is just a coincidence? I mean, surely there's something more to that, right? Or am I just pulling at threads that don't exist?
There's the original curse that I was told about. Might not have anything to do with the ocean. Perhaps it's just, like she said, curse of an unwanted child.
And you believe everything your mother says to you?
My mother did not tell me of the curse. Six Fingers did.
That's right, someone that you barely know.
Someone who has no reason, nothing to gain from lying.
Right. Well, Merrick, I don't know. There's... It doesn't sound right to me. It doesn't... The pieces aren't fitting together. But maybe in time they will start to. I mean, you can't stay away from water your whole life. We'll figure it out, but... I don't know. Families keep secrets, obviously. We all know that very well. I'm sure there are things that even your grandfather isn't telling you. But I'm not here to stir up accusations. I just wanted to make sure you were doing all right.
I'm fine. I don't know how we'll get through this, but I'll deal with it the same way that I've dealt with all my other problems.
Well, I hope that involves talking to us more.
What are you talking about?
Well, Merrick, sometimes you tend to get lost up there. Points to your head. You know, I was saying this to Edwin just the other night. I know that we are all seemingly strangers, but how else are we supposed to trust each other if we don't open up more? Right? Isn't that what you wanted? Is everyone to start sharing more?
Told you
It's
all
hard.
everything.
that's good. But I mean, that's not to say we all have.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I don't think it's gonna happen overnight, Merrick. I don't think it's gonna happen within the next few weeks or months. We have hardly lived with one another for that amount of time. And to just spill all. There are things that I haven't told you. Because I'm not ready to do that yet. Because I don't know you yet. Not like I'd like to. Just like I'm sure there are things, more things, that Edwin hasn't told us, or Xanthi, or Via, or even you. That's okay. It'll come with time, or maybe it won't. I'd like us all to get to that point. I'm trying.
Secrets are going to be the death of us.
I don't know, Merrick. I think sometimes we keep secrets to keep each other safe.
I think that's a convenient way to look at it.
I think if I told you all my secrets, Merrick, you wouldn't trust me anymore. And I want you to trust me. And let's be honest, look at me right now and tell me I know every single thing there is to know about you.
Know every single thing there is to know about me, Kaylin.
You've never told a lie. You've never hidden something away from even me.
No?
And I guess that makes you one in a million. And I aspire to be like you. But I'm not ready for that. And I think the problem is the rest of our siblings aren't either. And I think giving them the time to recognize that, and I don't know, there's no perfect answer here. But I don't think it's personal. I don't think anyone wants to hurt each other. Most of us.
Hope you're right.
I think I am.
Time's gonna be the only thing to reveal that.
Say again?
Time will be the only thing that reveals that.
Merrick, I wish I could tell you everything. I wish you weren't a stranger. I wish we all had spent the last 20-something years together, growing up, and being an actual family. But we haven't. And we struggle to act like it now. But yet we set these expectations on each other like we should. Time will only tell and will reveal all, you're right. We've only just started. Give us some time.
You're all gonna do whatever you want anyway. I'll do what I can to keep you safe. That's all I can do at this point.
Kaylin is going to look at him for a very, very long time. You know, the glass isn't just half empty all the time. It's also half full. It's also just a glass. I will leave you. Make sure you drink it before you sleep. And tie yourself to the bed. And all those cow traps, whatever you have to do.
Well, we're all sleeping in the same room now, so you'll see me set up.
Well, maybe someone just needs to sleep in front of the door.
Maybe. A problem
just
for
nod.
tonight, I suppose.
We'll just nod, and she doesn't have anything else to say.
Neither does Merrick.
She gonna leave.
Okay. The two of you leave the rookery behind and head back out into the festival. Boop. Boop, boop. Boop. Okay. So, as we head back into the festival, Kaylin leaving the rookery, as well as Merrick, all of you rejoining the festivities in Skyhaven. People sort of making their way around, talking to various people, playing those small little political games. Does anybody have anything else they'd like to do on this day before heading into the next one?
Yes, if you don't mind talking for a little bit again.
I'm good.
It is an NPC.
That's it, yeah.
Via would like to see Thalia wherever she's at.
Yeah, let's see. So, by this time in the day, say it's about noon-ish now. Well, we'll say it's about 1-ish. She, she would be heading back to Skyhaven. She would just be re-arriving in the keep after having been down in the Sea Haven. However, you do hear Xanthi's words ring in the back of your head that your father did say that you shouldn't talk to any of the contestants by yourself.
Oh. Damn it. You're right.
And then you hear Xanthi's words ring in the back of your head saying the same exact thing.
Oh, she's gonna look for Xanthi.
All right, where would Xanthi be on this fine day at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon?
I mean, I think even though we're just talking about, I think that this whole rule thing also kind of bothers her in a way. And so she is going to be posted up where she's not going to be like talking to any of the contestants because she follows the rules, guys. But she wants to be somewhere where she can have at least a vantage, like not to over here because that'd be too close, but at least like see what people are doing. I guess just like on a balcony, probably overlooking where some of the festivities are happening or something.
Oh, for sure.
Just
Yeah.
people watching.
Yeah, there's plenty of balconies, and there's even people up there, so you can make small talk and conversation so it doesn't seem so like ominous evil lord watching over the party, like
But she would though.
clutching the railing, like nailing
Yeah.
it down. Oh.
Evilly cackling, like
Yeah, no, you,
mysterious cloak that she can swish around.
cloak of billowing. Somehow Xanthi found one. Yeah, there's totally a balcony where you can sort of stand over, and you can see that some of the contestants do talk to each other, and there are various lords and ladies that do approach several of the contestants. In fact, right before Octavia finds you, which, by the way, Octavia, it's pretty easy. You just sort of look up and you're like, oh, yeah, there's Xanthi. Let me...
Yep, there's my evil lord sister. Perfect.
You head up that way, but Xanthi, something you notice is that there are a couple of individuals that you recognize that begin talking. As you can see, oh man, let me double check this real quick because I want to make sure that it's the right person. Yes. You see that Lord Garrett is actually approached by Sharn. And the two of them begin talking and chatting, and eventually Garen comes over and they begin chatting and talking, and the three of them end up leaving the hall and heading off into a more private area to talk more. You see those three head off in that direction, and you see the Archmage approach Brenna, and about at that moment, that's when Octavia, you approach.
Hey, so Xanthi, would you mind coming to talk to Thalia with me? I kind of wanted to ask her about the Arcadian Republic, and I feel like she would like be more like blunt with me, or like, you know, just kind of give me the facts instead of, you know, trying to like sway my opinions about things. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, we'd need everyone there.
Everyone? Is that the rule we made?
Well, that wasn't just a buddy system, was it?
Okay. I just thought it was so that, you know, we're not like... I don't know what I thought, actually. You're the one that made the festival, so... well, I guess I could... Would it be weird if we asked her alone to meet with everybody? I don't know how to have a private conversation with her, or private-ish kind of conversation. Just kind of weird to ask in front of everybody, you know?
And you can see like Xanthi kind of like shifts a little bit as this is something that she has been thinking about too. There was something I was considering, especially after Father asked us not to do anything alone. Perhaps it would be wise. Maybe it would be best to at least wait until we get, well, whatever dirt that Davian is able to pick up. But I think it'd be good for all of us to at least be able to interview each of the participants individually. As a group still, yes. But at least be able to speak to them alone, without the other contestants or other nobles around.
Okay. Yeah, would the interview be in regarding to the position, or is it like we could just like talk to them?
Well, that would be regarding the position. That is, well, the purpose of anything here. Purpose of any of our discussions with the participants.
Well, see, that's the thing. My conversation has nothing to do with it. It's about me.
As we are finding the other participants and, well, shuffling people around in order to speak with them, I'm sure there will be time for a little bit of crossover. And she kind of like gives you a very like knowing look.
Okay, I can wait for that. That works for me.
Might be in some time. Again, I would prefer everything to be done after Davian's able to get any information, but it is something I was going to propose.
I like it. I think that's a good idea. And I don't have to do everything now. I just, you know, want to talk to my uncle sometime soon, and there's just a lot floating around in my head from what I know about my mom, what I don't know, and like even like how the people of the Arcadian Republic even view us and everything. So it's definitely a me conversation that I wanted to ask about, but I can wait. You know, I've waited like, what, 19 years. It's not that deep.
And discussions with your uncle, at least, do not need to happen as a, well, collective. You know that, right?
Yeah. I think I'm just a little nervous to not have you guys there for that.
Well, we could be there if you want us to be, Octavia. It would still be
Yeah.
meeting with a foreign dignitary. There's every reason for us to be.
Yeah, it'll be a family dinner. Just like I just need to organize it. So a little family dinner would be good with him and you guys and Dad.
And if you need help organizing, you can always come to me for that.
Actually, yeah, when would a good time work this during the festival?
And I guess, because most of our evenings are free, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we can do it tonight. Fuck it.
Yeah, you guys are the coordinators. You could say, hey, everybody, Victor, here at 9, Bjorn, 10. You know, you could tell them to show up whenever you want.
Well, I was just thinking, like, with the uncle at
For the
least, right?
family dinner.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
So, like, last night was a family dinner, well, kind of, with an Onathi,
Yeah.
and this time it's with Alicia.
Hopefully this family dinner goes a little bit better.
I think it will bare minimum go a little bit better.
The bar
I don't
is
think it could go as worse.
the bar is in Avernus right now, so
Mhm.
it's
But yeah, they
Put it
can
down there.
start organizing that.
Okay,
some
cool.
dishes going.
Yeah, all right. Then we'll
And that's
plan
invite.
for extended family dinner again
Yeah.
tonight.
okay. Sounds good to me. So with that, the word kind of gets sent out that there will be a family dinner tonight with the Falkress and the foreign dignitaries from Elysia. Now, the thing that is extended to all of you is that Thalia is a representative of Elysia, so if you'd like, she could be there. If not, then it can just be that of the direct family relations. That is an option you have.
Everyone would be there. That works for me.
I don't think it's a bad idea.
Yeah, still counts, right?
Yeah.
Works.
Mhm.
Wouldn't be a
for
one-on
me.
conversation, but again, we're gonna have the interviews later, anyways.
Yeah.
That'll also be something to start to set up.
Yeah, this is mainly for family things, not sentinel things.
Okay, so no Thalia?
Yeah.
No, she can come. We're saying
No, yeah,
she
she
can
can
come,
come.
but
Okay, I
like
see.
discussions of the tournament will be prohibited. How about that?
Okay.
That way it feels like fair to the other contestants who are like, why don't we get in fucking dinner? You know?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just happens to crop over into both groups, you know?
Mm-hmm.
We couldn't help that. Like, it'd be rude not to invite her.
It feels rude not to invite her, so yeah.
Okay.
What a shame. Oh well, anyways.
Alrighty. Sounds good to me. So, with that, several hours will pass. The word is sent out, and you receive your accepted invitations from Octavia, your uncle, as well as Thalia. And dinner is set up and will be ready to go just in a few hours. Does anybody have anything they wanted to do in these last final few hours before dinner is had? Nope. Okay.
And,
All right.
Nope.
Oh.
I said nope.
Oh, okay. I thought you said I heard okay. So with that, we will go ahead and cut to the okay, I can delete these. It's really funny. Can I hide them actually instead? Yes, I can. Okay. So I will go ahead and move all of us to the private dining hall. Yes. And the fireplace here. God damn, this is quite the firework display on the 5th of July. I think they missed the memo, maybe. Okay. All right. So all of you take your seats at dinner. You are joined by King Talon as well as Thalia, and Octavia, your uncle. Let me go ahead and share his image here. As a little bit of a wolf royal and other nations, and Andros Alacetes. Image. Yep. Show 2 players. As well.
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say as well as Thalia, and I'll just reshare her image. I know you saw it at the previous one, but I still want to just put it out there again.
Did Talon join as well?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay, cool.
So with that, the 5 of you take your seats, as well as Talon and the 2 Elysians that have been invited to this private dinner. So as all of you enter, as well as Thalia and Andros, Andros will take his seat, followed by Thalia, and will smile to all of you and say, "Well, thank you very much for this invitation. You flatter us from Elysia by treating us. It is very kind, and I want you to know that by the Praetor, by myself, even with the connection to your mother, Octavia, this kindness is appreciated, but I hope you did not feel as though it was necessary to maintain any type of political facade. I hope that this can just be a dinner between what is family and, well, what I like to understand as all being family."
Oh, absolutely. I just want to get to know you better, and obviously Thalia knows you well too, so I don't know, it just felt appropriate to invite her too.
Yes,
Yeah,
I am very thankful for the invitation. Thank you.
It's nothing at all. And yeah, Xanthi helped me kind of plan it tonight, so hopefully you'll like our food. I haven't been able to try too much Elysian food in my lifetime. A few little things here or there from, like, some traders bringing over different fruits and vegetables, but I don't know. I don't know what to expect. I have been dying to visit too. So if I were to visit Elysia, like what would I expect,
Well, and as he begins to talk, there is the doors open, and a herald steps out and introduces, "I am proud to announce the arrival of King Talon Falkrest." And Talon will enter, and all of you, following decorum, will stand, and he'll sort of wave and say, "Please, please, you may sit. Sorry for my late arrival. Please. Please," and he'll go around to the head of the table and sit down, joining. And once again, Andros, he will sort of bow his head towards Talon and say, "I just wanted to thank you, as I had just done to the Princess Octavia, for the invitation. But she was asking me a question about Elysia. But I think as much as I know about it, well, King Talon, you have been there quite a few times, have you not?" "Yes, but it was quite some time ago. I'm not sure how much things have changed since then. Perhaps a great deal. Well, Octavia wanted to hear about Elysia from me. I think that she's heard about all I have to say. If she asked you, I think she'd like to hear what you have to say about it."
Joe, was that new information that Talon's been to Elysia? Or not?
No.
Okay, for some reason I thought that was new information. I was
No,
like,
he was there
"Yes?"
for a short time in his adventures. Elysia is right next to the sort of collection of islands where all the city-states are, where he met Edwin's mom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yes. Well, Alicia is... It is beyond perfect. It is... It is home not just in the sense that it is safe, but it is somewhere where anywhere you go, you feel at peace. You feel as though whether you are soaking in the rivers, walking through the streets of our busiest cities, you are safe. You are secure. You are home. And I know for a foreigner like yourself, King Talon, I'm sure that it was very strange, but it is a place unlike any other I have been to in the world, and I have traveled a great deal in my days. And I wish that people could, that they could know it as it is, truthfully, to live there. I wish all places were like Alicia. Nothing against the lands of Adaria, they are beautiful in their own right, but
Do you think it's because of how much magic is woven into the makeup of the land there? Like, is that just like an essence almost that I don't know. I know when I'm casting, it does have another like this energy to it. So I'm wondering if that's something that the people in Alicia are connected to.
it must be. I myself am not a mage of any sort. I would never claim to be able to cast a spell or chant an incantation. But what I can say is to be Elysian is to know magic, the magic of the world, to feel connected to that font, but not just in a way that you can cast spells, as it's not something that interests me, not something I would want to learn, nor something I think I could do, but it is truthfully something that I feel connected to. In fact, in Alicia, while we are protectors of many magical creatures and beasts, most people view chimeras as evil and monstrous creatures. If you read the stories about old heroes from many ages past, that is what they are portrayed. But just like a dog, right? If it is grown up in a hostile environment, it will be vicious and mean, and it will fight to survive. But a chimera raised with love and kindness and affection, well, it is like a very big, very scary dog.
Well, do you guys have chimeras as pets over there?
I wouldn't say pets as any magical creature. It is still not an animal, but it is still of its own mind. Creatures like sphinxes, for example, they exist in Alicia, but they are so incredibly smart. It would never be right to have a sphinx as a pet. In fact, I think that some sphinxes in Alicia, they view us as pets. But as long as it maintains a balance, then I guess I don't see an issue there.
That's so funny. So, my mom being an air genasi, what do we just have like a recessive family trait? Like how many of our family members have been genasi before?
That is a hard question. And he kind of looks around the table. One that goes deep into the lineage of Alisades that I'm not sure if my father would be happy with me sharing with those outside of our family. You must understand.
This is all family.
It is, but I'm sure that there are secrets of House Falkrest that King Talon here would not wish to share with a stranger. Not a stranger, I mean, but I understand what you mean. House Falkrest has been around for many, many, many years, many generations, and there are many secrets that we have that, well, that we would wish not to share. Perhaps you and Octavia could spend more time together. I think it's only right that she learns more about, well, obviously, what traits been passed down to her from her mother. Yes. Yes. In fact, speaking of traits passed down from your mother, it seems as though, from what I have heard of your ventures in your school, Arkanvel, is that right?
Yeah, correct.
You seem to have some gift of foresight.
I do. And I understand that that is a significant thing in the Elysian culture.
It is blown out of proportion. You see, many people come to Elysia to stand before the Oracle of Mytheros or Mytheria and hope to gain something from it. And the Oracle tells them what she sees. And when the Oracle tells them something that they don't like, and then it happens to them anyway, most people do not have the ability to change their own fate. What the Oracle sees is what will happen. And so many people, artists especially from foreign lands, in fact, I believe there are a few Adarian poets who have said very negative things about the Oracle and the foretellers of Elysia. They make the Oracle and our foretellers seem like they are wrong or they are evil. And that is not the case. An oracle cannot change the future they see. But when you perform the rites, they speak what they see. They say it aloud. And the people that hear what they don't want to hear, they decide to take it out on our culture. And it is quite sad. They write evil things about the creatures that we have tamed or that we have tried to grow to be more understanding and kind. It is a shame, because when one false tale is spread throughout a land, it's very hard to change what people believe and what is the truth.
You know, I feel like our cultures aren't too different.
From what I hear of the Serpent's Grove, that is very true. There is a great deal that the Serpent's Grove has in common. I think that the only difference is the magic of the Serpent's Grove seems much, and I don't mean this in a bad way, mind you, but much stranger, different, otherworldly.
Well, it's very old. And I think sometimes when something is very old and otherworldly, we have a hard time understanding it.
That's very true. There are creatures that grow, or that we protect. They are very sought after by all types of poachers. There are only a few hundred of them left in the world, as far as we know, phoenixes. A great deal of them we protect within the Pyraxi Roost in Mytheria. I'm sure that there are many, many creatures in the Serpent's Grove that are highly sought after, that you and your people protected for quite some time. And I'm sure that, well, there are many secrets of the Serpent's Grove that, well, you would not dare share.
Correct. But along with creatures, it's a little different. There are strange beasts and creatures that I'm sure some have never even seen before that walk around those lands, but it's also the spirits of those creatures that still live there, which I think is often what creates all the whispers and the scary stories. Some are true, but which is what makes me wonder. You said that it's a perfect place where you come from. There's no threat, there's no outliers that strayed away from that perfect ideal life. It's hard to believe that a place exists where there's just peace constantly.
It is. And I have no rebuttal. It is so strange to come to a place that does not have that. In Alicia, we work for 3 days. We rest for 3 days, and then we tend. We tend to the groves, the gardens, the rivers. We make sure they are clean, that they are safe, that the creatures within those places can grow freely. Because there is no war, there is no strife, there is no conflict.
Does Kalen believe that this is true, or is he just kind of painting a picture?
Make an insight check. Xanthi, I'll have you make an insight check because Talon has got a great poker face. He's like smiling and nodding along, but you've known your dad for a while, so you have a better chance than most to see through the bardiness.
I have a +0. I've got no chance.
Oh,
And
you
I've also
really
got
got
bad
no
energy.
chance.
I got no chance.
So you can see that, well, for one, Kalen, you do believe him. Like, legitimately, this doesn't seem to be some type of show or some type of play. What you see in his eyes is a man who genuinely believes this. And he's not projecting at all. He's just telling what he knows, what he sees, what he's experienced. Xanthi, Jesus Christ, dude. It is the 5th of July. What are you
It's
doing?
not coming through your guys' microphones.
I
so-
know, but it's so it is literally like
Oh, okay.
mortar shells. Like,
Shaking the house.
I can
Oh,
feel it in the
man.
floor. Xanthi, like I said, you, I think, have also probably spent the most time around your dad, because you weren't shipped off. Well, shipped off to school seems rude, but you know, you also weren't torn between 2 houses. Really, you weren't gone for 11, 12 years, and you know, you have been a part of his life for the vast majority that you've been alive. So what I'll say is there's not much that you get off the surface. He does just seem sort of like listening, active listening, nodding along, smiling every once in a while whenever Andros makes eye contact. But what I will say is there's nothing very genuine about how Talon is interacting with the conversation. He seems to just kind of be nodding and listening along, but he's not interacting with the conversation at all, and that seems intentional. And I know it is very odd, but I mean, Thalia, you spent many, many, many months within the Pyraxi Roost, right? I mean, tending to phoenixes. I did. In fact, I also traveled through several mountain ranges in Alicia in an effort to see more of our land than just the cities and the groves and the gardens. And I even made contact with a sphinx in my time within those mountains. And it posed a very dangerous mission to me that, set me on my way to eventually arriving in Adaria. Not the Sphinx sending me here, but set me on a life of adventure. I was simply just tending to phoenixes, and I was content doing that, but I don't know, I felt a call, I think. And maybe it was the Sphinx calling to me. Or maybe it was just that wider sense of adventure. I don't know. But what I do know is that the chance to help and aid people, not just within Alicia, but all around the archipelago, Alicia, and even some of our neighboring nations, has been some of the most fulfilling work I've done to try and bring that Elysian peace to places that seem to not have it. But I feel as though that may be too close to Sentinel talk, and I apologize for that. That was not what today this evening was for. I hope you can forgive my misstep.
No worries at all. We totally understand.
But, and Andros will take hold of things again, but it is a lot to take in, and one day when you visit Alicia, you will be a very honored guest, Princess Octavia.
Yeah?
Of course, you are the Praetor's granddaughter. Why would you not be? You are... Well,
I just never really, I don't know. It's just been like this big, like, reading about it in books, seeing the paintings, hearing about it from dad and mom on occasion, it's just, it still doesn't feel real. And then hearing that it's this perfect land, it feels untouchable, even though I know I can go.
well, untouchable isn't exactly incorrect. The greater cities of Mytheria and several of the other coastal cities, we do let travelers come to freely, to buy and sell and trade, as it is good for our economy, and it helps spread word of our poetry, of our art, and of our great heroes, gesturing to Thalia. But in terms of the wider nation, we are very selective about those that we allow to make their homes in Alicia. There are some that would come and, as we have had happen before on many occasions, they come to hunt those creatures, to root the Pyraxi roost, or even some more daring attempt to slay the Sphinxes. It is wrong, and so we have to be very careful about who is let in and who is allowed to become Elysian. So it's not entirely untrue that it feels at least a little untouchable. For some people that have ulterior motives to harm and to steal, especially from those most sacred places to us, it is.
Well, I guess I'll have to make a trip out there sooner than I expected.
You will. And of course, all of you are invited. All of you will be given the same royal treatment that is not only expected of the heirs of Adaria, but of siblings, brothers and sisters of the Praetor's granddaughter.
Via's kind of like on cloud nine. It's almost like she's hearing about Disneyland when you're like 5 years old. She's like,
I
I've
can meet
gotta
Mickey
go.
Mouse.
I gotta go, guys.
I can meet a Sphinx. Okay. All right. So you all will continue eating dinner. About an hour and a half passes. You have a little bit more small talk. Let me look at something. Let me gather a look-see real quick. It's something on D&D Beyond here.
Uh-oh, character sheet stuff. Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. Joe does hate character sheets, though.
I do. It's my least favorite part about D&D. Merrick and Edwin. The two of you notice, ever so slightly, and very infrequently, that every once in a while, Thalia sort of side eyes Talon. Maybe not on purpose, but every once in a while you can see she just shoots glances towards him. It's hard to get a read on what they mean or why she's doing it, but every once in a while you see her vision just kind of cling to him or shift to him for a moment, and then she returns back to whoever's talking to listen. But that is something.
May I look further into this? Is there
Um,
something I can do to figure out a reason? Does
Make-
Talon
Dahlia, what you
reciprocate?
doing?
You
Yeah,
can
I
make
mean,
an
I don't
insight
know.
check to see if you can read more about her her perceptible features to see how she's reacting. Yeah.
Oh.
Like sister, like brother.
Yep. Never mind. Edwin is not paying attention.
Yeah, and when you try
He
to,
just
but
like,
you start
oh.
to disassociate.
I feel like at one point he like looks over at Thalia, sees her doing it, and then just like starts staring off into the nothingness. You know, he's just kind of staring off into space, and then kind of shakes himself out of it.
All right, cool. So yeah, Edwin, as you look, it's hard to tell. I mean, it's so slight.
Well, I have nothing else at the dinner itself to talk about. But afterwards, I think Via will walk with Andros to the quarters or whatever of where everyone's staying, where they can continue the conversation that they kind of like had talked about earlier
Okay.
in a more private kind of way.
Yeah. So he'll escort you back to your room
There we go. That works.
for the night. And he will say, I am sorry for my desire for privacy in such a topic.
No, me and my siblings, we're doing our best to just be as open as possible with each other. It's something that, you know, we were all kind of separated growing up, and so a lot of us don't know everything. So that's kind of been our honesty is our best policy kind of thing lately. But obviously, like, you know, there's another half of me, another half of my family that I need to respect as well. So I'm sorry if you felt pushed, I guess.
No, I did not. I think we all have boundaries of what we wish to talk about in front of others and what we do not wish to talk about. That being said, I have no problem speaking with you about your mother and her lineage, especially since it connects so deeply to you.
I'm so curious about it. She's very loving, but I feel like both of my parents kind of wanted to shelter me from something. And a part of it, I think, was, you know, my divination abilities. And I don't know if it was anything about Elysia or what, honestly. But so I'm all ears of anything you're willing to share.
There is a concept of time, of the way we perceive the world in Elysia. That we are carried forward by a great wind. That wind is what pushes us to our destination. The wind in our sails, as an example, right? Ships all being pushed along in a very large ocean with various tumultuous waves or great sea monsters that would look to crush us beneath them. But those winds can guide us away or they can guide us towards them. Those who have been touched by the wind have been known to be some of the most powerful seers, oracles that our people have ever known. The wind is what guides us, it's what pushes us, more so. We cannot control it. But there are those who can see where the wind will push us. And for a long time, our father thought that your mother, although touched by the wind, did not receive such a gift. And he felt he was very sad for her because it's a great honor in Alicia. All of my sisters, our sisters, had that great vision. They could all see, but your mother could not.
Hmm.
So, in an effort to make her feel like she had something, that she wasn't just some poor, strange girl who did not have the same gift, your grandfather, or my father, he thought that perhaps if she were to travel somewhere else, if she were to go somewhere and become some important political dignitary, it could help her feel like she had some purpose. Growing up, she always was quiet. She did not. It is strange, I'm not sure. Even I try to recall things about my sister, and I cannot. I think that she felt alone because she did not have those gifts.
Is she the youngest of all the siblings?
She is, yes.
I thought so. I just wanted to make sure.
She was the only one who was touched by the wind. That is what's so strange. At least initially. Until, well, and I don't know if this is the first you are hearing of it, but your mother did have a vision. And that is why she had to return home. It's part of our culture. Regardless of what your life has led you to, that is the greatest calling that we have as Elysians. Is if we do have those powers of foresight, and not just to read palms or the cards, or to know if crops will grow or if it will rain or snow. Those are all still very important, but those who can foretell prophecies or great events in the future, that is what helps keep Elysia safe. Most great threats that would harm our nation, we know beforehand. We can snuff them out. And that is why she had to return home, and why she could not come as badly as she wanted to.
And she still is able to have visions?
She is, yes. And in fact, some of the most potent and powerful and useful have come from her. I think just in the months that she has truly embraced those powers, that ability, she has saved villages and cities on more than one occasion with her foretellings.
I did know that she had a vision, but I just don't understand why she wouldn't have told me after all this time, especially if it's been so significant in her life. Especially, I didn't hide my truth from her.
And what
Just
was
doesn't make sense.
your truth?
I've always had vision since I was little. The first one was at my choosing ceremony. Here in Adaria, we have a choosing ceremony where the royal kids get a little gift. Or we pick gifts, and it's supposed to be something symbolic. It's mostly symbolic, but sometimes people have theories about like which toy they pick, what kind of leader they will be, etc.
Well,
But
which one did you pick?
I chose a little cogwheel.
Very interesting. Does that
I
mean
still fiddle
something
with it.
significant in the Darien culture? What do people say about you? Oh, you must know.
Well, I mean, I'm known as the Windsight Princess. But
The Windsight Princess.
I think it, you know, I just liked playing with it. It's something like to fidget with, you know? So I didn't really think much of it. But most of I don't remember. I'd have to ask my dad if anyone said anything about me in regards to that toy, but the nickname I got is from my time studying divination at Arkenvale. So it's a little, I don't know if they go hand in hand or not, but yeah.
I do not know. As I said, most of this talk of magic and foretelling is far beyond what even I understand.
But you know so much about it in regard to Elysia and the Arcadian Republic.
I do.
You're like, I'm frustrated that this information has been withheld from me. And like, as much as I would try and study about it, just there's not as much information over here. And I'm sure it's because you guys are protecting yourselves, right? Like, I'm sure if I went over there, obviously I'd have all the books about everything, but
I promise
there's
you,
only so much.
the moment that your ship comes into harbor, whatever you want to know or read or see, we will go do.
Okay.
But I think that also, if I am to be incredibly honest, we don't like books, knowledge of Elysia to leave in such wide swaths because it is not the same. It truly is a disservice to our nation, our culture, our land to read about it. To see a picture is nothing compared to those rolling fields of green and gold and white. To see a sunset on an Elysian orchard is it is like holding your firstborn child in your arms every morning. That feeling of pure happiness and bliss. I'm sorry, I get carried away.
No. I'm so glad that you love your country. I guess I want it to feel like I could be a citizen of both, you know?
It isn't. Your contestant, Lord Garrett, he loves Adaria. He is a patriot. He would do anything for his country. I wouldn't say that about me. It isn't Elysia, the nation. It isn't Mytheria, the city. It is the land. It is the place, not the borders, not the flag. It is what Elysia means and what it's connected to. Tales of great heroes that would fight monsters to defend those cities, that would suffer unimaginable terrors and horrors and still come out victorious. Magic is not what I have ever been interested in. It is, I don't know if you can tell, it has always been stories and poetry. So I apologize for.
No, listening to you I feel like I've finally been able to grasp a better concept of what it's like to be there. And I know I still don't, according to what you say. It really won't matter until I get there.
But see, you can have an appreciation for it, unlike most. A true, deep appreciation.
Had it as this... in a way, I think I've appreciated it all my life, but this is a newfound appreciation for sure.
It's because it was always calling to you, deep down. And he points to his heart. It's there. a desire to return to a place where you can truly feel at home.
That would be nice.
But I believe this is your room then?
Yes, thank you. Sorry if we got so carried away.
We've only been standing outside the door for a few minutes.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, Uncle. And she's gonna give him a hug.
Of course. And he will hug, and it's just the right amount of tightness. It's warm. His clothes smell fantastic. You know?
Oh.
Yeah. And as you hug, I mean, you do feel there is this strange familial closeness that, I mean, you love your Uncle Rainier, but Rainier always leaned towards the more martial kids anyway, whether it was Xanthi or Merrick. And so Rainier would try, but, you know, there were always misses when you and him tried to talk. But with Andros, it just clicks. It feels right. It feels safe. It feels like home.
Yeah.
And the hug comes apart. He will give you a very slow and regal bow, but not super deep, and say, "Good night, Princess Octavia. Sleep well."
Good night.
And with that,
And when she gets into the room, she's gonna pick up Fiddle and do a little spin and kind of like do that, like fall back on her bed, like, oh my gosh, ah, you know.
I want to go there so bad now.
I want to go there. I need to go right now. This is her Paris, you know, when she goes for a week, she's going to come back with an accent. She's going to be like, oh my God, the food in Elysia
Guys.
changes how she dresses. Like,
You would not believe.
You would not believe.
Fantastic. So we cut back. Does anybody have anything else on this evening after the dinner that they would like to do? Oh, Merrick, I know that you wanted to have a conversation with everybody.
Yeah, but like I said, whether that's tonight or whether we want to get one more trial in before that conversation, I'm kind of fine either way. So whatever you feels better flow-wise, your call on that one. It will happen, just when is up to you.
Did you want to do it the night before, or are you okay with the morning of a challenge? Because the next challenge, trial number 4, is one that will take place in the middle of the day. So you'll have the entire morning tomorrow before that. It's the agility and balance competition.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really make a huge preference whether it's tonight or the next morning. Like, that doesn't change anything, so I'm very much happy either way.
Okay, and just the kids and Talon, or just the kids?
Okay. Team meeting, everyone.
I'll take a step out.
Merrick was thank you, Joe. So Merrick was going to talk about like Davian and Kester and like kind of what we wanted to do and how we wanted to pursue that. So do we want Talon there, or do we want to talk amongst us as a unit first? Because I'm kind of fine either way. I just want to read the room here.
I feel like Talon's gonna have a very obvious decision on what that is, so maybe it's better that he's not there for this conversation.
I also feel like that's we've kind of put the ball in Edwin's court, so maybe Edwin should, you know, be like the sole leader of that conversation too, instead of having Talon there, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I would also say I'd defer to his judgment on whether to have Talon there, because it is very much his thing, you know.
I'm kind of in agreement. I'm just waiting to hear what John has to say. Is he not here?
I'm here.
What you think?
Okay.
Daddy are there.
I mean, I don't care either way. It doesn't matter to me. I feel like just have the conversation, but I mean, Edwin specifically.
Say yes or no. It's on you, mate.
Yeah, but like you're putting the ball in my court where I don't care. Like, it's just like I have no opinion. It could go either way. No Talon. We haven't had
Done.
Thank you.
sibling meeting.
Talon
There.
will not be there. Decided.
Okay, sounds good. That will happen tomorrow morning. As all of you are having breakfast, you can do it together without Talon.
Yes.
However, as all of you are heading to your rooms and heading off to bed, Xanthi, you are stopped right outside your door by a messenger of House Astralor. And you can see he's very well put together in the robes of purple and silver of House Astralor, and says, "Excuse me, Princess Xanthi.
Yes.
The Lady Paramount Valora wished to speak with you this evening if you had the time. If not, it can wait till tomorrow evening."
There's like a little shitty smile that kind of like lightly creeps on her face before she services that. The Lady Paramount can wait. It's quite a late hour for her to be asking for such a thing.
Of course. She has just, she thought you might say that and wanted me to say that, she merely wished to give you a gift. The festival has been going quite well, and she has heard a great number of good things from, other nobles and had something she wished to give you. But I will inform her that it will wait till tomorrow then.
Good.
And he will bow and he will walk away. All right. So
Xanthi really hates getting gifts.
See, the problem is Xanthi loves gifts, man.
Nah, she just makes everybody
hates
fucking
people
so
giving her
mad
gifts.
about it. Jesus.
All right. So, with that, Xanthi, you head to bed. And we will get to that conversation tomorrow night. So, on that note, we are going to take a break right there before the sibling conversation in the morning. And let's see, we'll be back in let's say 10 minutes. I need to fill up my water. So, thanks for watching so far, and we will be right back.
Yeah, we don't have one of those.
Okay. Okay.
Oh shit, he's back.
That was the fastest piss in the West.
Because I had to listen. It's across the hall. It's, yes, I did. My hands
all
are
the way there and all the
Fastest
way
piss in the West is the greatest thing you've ever said, Gayla. I adore that.
Okay. We're back. We're ready to go.
Well,
I'm so
Merrick's not.
Well, yeah, we don't have Ryan now.
Ryan, dude.
Look, in his defense, I don't think anyone thought you were gonna take a 3-second piss.
Thanks for the follow, old chubby.
Pissing from rain.
Pay for the piss.
Yeah, I covered my camera up. It's just right across the hall, like right past that door. So in the frame, I was just look, mom, no hands.
Were you just at your office door?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Anyway,
Oh my god.
Kobe.
That is amazing. How's school?
Oh, all done. I graduated, actually.
It's like a brief pause.
We invited you.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. We invited you.
Merrick, and he I don't know, and looks over
Brother.
to Merrick. How is everything? How are the Falcons? How is what you do?
Oh, they're just great. I'm engaged now.
That is amazing. To who?
And you find that forward camp. Tits. No.
Yeah.
Did Sandy like Victor?
Unless you do a little clappy clap.
But does she like me?
He's a boyfriend. It's not bad.
She has a situationship. It's not the same.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
She hasn't said yes yet.
It's long distance. Doesn't count.
All right. And that is John's real opinion. You heard it here first. So,
I didn't
matter.
need it. Fuck off. Get
Get
fucked.
fucked.
What?
Nice second level spell, loser.
Get
And
fucked.
then I want to take my wind if I may.
Let her win, Joe.
Let me breeze it up.
breeze
The
it up,
deepest fucking
breeze it
breath
up. There
you've
you
ever
go. Yeah,
breathed.
Xanthi, you can feel the wind begin to compress around you, forming this shield, trying to hold you in place, but through mental fortitude and strength, this resistance to being told what to do, you break out of it, and you can see there's this impressed look on his face. He smiles. He's not taken aback. He's not in fear, but he nods and says, that's what I expected from the likes of someone like you. Impressive.
Wish
All
I
right.
could say the same to you.
You find, after walking through the village, taking about 15-20 minutes to get together, and you find that forward camp. No! You
Tits?
find pitched
Yes.
tents. Pitched tents. No!
Clip it.
Hey, there's your first.
Blocking the road, don't move. You can see, or you can hear Sir Otis say, Sir Landor, if you would, please. If you would please order your soldiers to move. They are not soldiers. Sir Otis. They're clergymen. Come, make way. Allow the Lady Paramount and the princes and princesses to travel freely. And with that, the soldiers split. And the caravan moves, creaking forward. As all of you looking out through the windows, you can see the clergymen turn about face. There is Gregor Flint Barrel, who is in charge of the cellar logistics, making sure that the food and board is good here, and that everybody has everything they need to eat. If there's any guests that are coming that have any dietary restrictions, making sure that those are there. There is Vitala Duskrun, who is a halfling. She is the keeper of the vault. So it's her job to keep track of everything that she has record of that has ever been stored in that vault. And anything that you store in there as well. And that record is something that is stored on her person. And it is private and only shareable with all of you. That's so funny. I haven't changed the name of the Cloudbot yet, so it's Solvus Emerald is the name of the cloud.
I did see that.
I noticed that.
Yeah.
He's still in the ether somewhere.
Good. All right, it's not changing. That'll be the
All right.
remnant of the past campaigns that exist still.
Yeah, I think that's funny. I like it.
He's in charge of this cult too. I'm gonna lose my shit.
I thought we killed you.
Could you imagine? I was like,
Somehow, Solvus Emerald returned.
We've played these games before.
He can't keep getting away with it.
Potentially, Princess Octavia, that's something you might be able to assist with. I have a dealer who can procure chimeras, which would be quite the spectacle indeed. However, the creatures themselves, while they are a plight on some of the farmlands of Elysia, they still do need approval from the Praetor to be taken from the lands to be used in something like what we do. So, Octavia, if that's something you feel comfortable with, it'd probably mean more coming from his granddaughter, technically, as opposed to the Chancellor of the Treasury.
Yeah, I can do what I can do.
Fantastic. And I know that that is more difficult because you have never had the honor of meeting him. But if there's any,
Okay, great. She will do a firebolt.
okay, all right, sounds good. I'm also gonna.
Oh
put
my god, another natural 20.
Whoa!
All right, so that is a 10 plus a
Whoa.
D10.
Whoa.
Via can't stop killing.
I
Yeah.
know! I know!
She's grown a
So good
taste
at
for
it.
it.
The dice are apparently telling the best story because I was like, oh, she's gonna be timid and miss all the time.
She's
So I
gonna
was
be like,
sending her up for that.
I don't want the crown anymore. I'm just really good at this.
Okay, so yeah, she will. All of her schooling is coming back to her. So that's a 16 total damage.
Jesus Christ.
Guys,
No,
Via, it's up to you.
No,
Via.
nah, he ain't
Via's
getting
gotta
away.
kill him.
come on, Via. It's your
Come on,
time.
VR.
Ray of sickness.
Man up.
She's already
Alright,
killed
Via.
one. She's gonna have so much trauma from this trip. Like she.
She was like, I'm so excited for this road trip with my
I'm
siblings.
just so excited to spend time with my family. Meanwhile, since it started, why can't I stop killing people?
Why is this happening? Okay. What do we think? Firebolt or Ray of Sickness?
Burn him alive.
Oh,
I don't know.
This
Yeah, we
Eldritch
gotta-
Blast.
We got a hex. We got a hex. And an Eldritch
then
Blast.
Give him that
Hopefully-
warlock 1-2.
Oh baby, let's go! Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Our first natural 20 of the
20.
game.
Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Congratulations. Kayla, you were destined to be one of the first natural ones, and you rolled the first natural 20. How do you feel right now? Which is
Last one of the
crazy
game.
because with Hex, you crit on the Hex damage and on the Eldritch Blast, so those two
This guy's
damage
so
dies are
dead.
maxed out. So what's
Oh,
the
shit.
what?
+2. All right, 24.
So that way, if there's something in the vault that you feel like shouldn't be there, or that none of you put in there, you can go to her and you can see who put that item in there. And
Could you send us a list of all the names?
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be
Mhm.
helpful.
yeah, I got you. And then finally, there is Dravana Windmere, who is an elf who is the steward of guest relations. So anytime guests are staying, she makes sure that the rooms are clean and proper, and that anything they need is taken care of. So if you have a Loxodon guest coming over, she'll make sure that an extra large bed is put in the room to accommodate their stature.
Amazing.
12.
12, that just hits. Well, wait. Yep.
I was like, really?
Yeah, that just hits. Since you're hitting him from the opposite side, he does not have the 3/4 cover bonus.
Oh, okay. All right, Via, you've surprised me. 6 points of fire damage.
6 points. He is dead.
Via just looks at her
He is a
hands.
murderer.
Oh my god! What is her death count?
Kills at everyone.
So I'd say
Yeah,
Via might
she's
have the
got-
highest kill count
I
right
think
now.
so.
You got double the kills of anybody.
Oh my
Honestly.
god! Yeah, she just looks at her hands and then focus back at the fight. Here we go.
Kalen's whole outlook on her is about to change.
Keelan's like, I can work with this.
Darian Watch is going to move.
Everything is fine.
Make a
I
deception check.
promise.
Make a
Don't
deception
you say
check.
that.
I mean,
Kaylin
what's
is
she gonna do about it?
literally like rubbing her temples right now.
Also, if we're going back to Rosemont, we don't need her to do anything anymore.
Oh, Kaylin is really rubbing her temples.
Oh, no!
No.
You see, she just kind of stares at you for a moment. And she whispers very low. Is there something you need to tell us?
No, no. It's just us. There was much to discuss.
And he will give a
Good
very
evening.
low bow. And we'll head out.
As the door shuts. Oh, that kind of sucked. Reiterate plans so we're all on the same page. Merrick,
Yep.
with 2 other guards, and Fiddle in his pocket, looking around. Via is going to infiltrate into said place and attempt to pull lever to open door. We, the children, and some guards are going to be standing off to the side hiding, while another envoy goes up to the front gate. And no, we're just all hiding.
No. There's got to be the envoy of, I think, captain and maybe 3 guards, just so there's more with us. They're going to be going to that exposed like wall entrance, and they're going to be frozen as an envoy.
Because we want where the conversation to take place not be near the gate, because otherwise that makes it way harder for me to sneak up to where the lever is if everyone's gathered there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Kalen's going to do some talking.
You find, after walking through the village, taking about 15-20 minutes to get together, and you find that forward camp. No! You
Tits?
find pitched
Yes.
tents. Pitched tents. No!
Clip it.
Hey, there's your first
Flip
one.
it.
Look like tits.
Clip those tits.
God damn it. We're 20 minutes in, dude, and I could.
Jarvis, clip.
Yes.
Okay.
She's basically gonna be like, I'm here as a representative of the king's hand. They want to meet you, but I'm here to ensure that we can come to an arrangement on how to meet safely before they actually show up. Meanwhile, sneak. There we go.
Okay. Got it.
You got it, Joe?
I hope so. I fucking don't.
It's off to the side.
What is going on? You rigged the game, Joe. This is some bullshit.
Merrick, dagger in. You are so focused because if you move your hand just 1 inch too much, you'll end up lifting the mechanism. You'll end up lifting the mechanism, and then it'll end up setting the whole thing off anyway. And you see the dragon egg beginning to shift out of the corner of your eye, but you're so focused on what you're doing as you throw your hand up to try and catch it. The depth perception on the corner of your eye is not where it needs to be. As you end up trying to grab it, as it's already beginning to shift and fall, the egg doesn't crack or shatter. In fact, it breaks part of the stone in that sort of 4-foot drop. And Merrick,
How many for run? I know the other people.
You're the only one on camera.
I know. The other
let's
ones
get
need
back
to use their
let's-
voice.
Let's get back to the horses and kind of see how far we can get from them, and go from there. That's what Caleb.
go check out Party Loot. And if you don't check out Party Loot, you're a bitch.
That's the tagline. I'm gonna change the motto.
Nah. This is my first sponsor. Fuck you. Check out Party Loot.
You don't chew big red, then fuck you.
We need to go the Ricky Bobby route of sponsorships.
It's not my favorite.
Propane. It's Christopher Nolan's favorite movie.
Pretty fucking good. Party Loot. PartyLootApp.com. www.partylootapp.com.
Yeah. Future sponsors are gonna watch
Just
this
go
clip and
find
go, Jesus Christ. We're gonna get sponsored by people that like have no business sponsoring a D&D stream, like like never mind.
Don't say it.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
That dragon?
Yeah. places that just don't care. Like, yeah, man, do it. Sun begins to set. Takes a half day to get there. 500 feet away from where the keep should be. You tie up the horses, dismount, travel by foot. Closer and closer and closer. There seems to be no sign of any life, any travel. I mean, you're so far off the road right now that it's really hard to tell that you're going in the right direction, especially at nighttime. But eventually, you're able to see.
Yeah, we don't have one of those.
Okay. Okay.
Oh shit, he's back.
That was the fastest piss in the West.
Because I had to listen. All
You
right,
ate
we're back.
tomatoes and airheads?
Don't fucking judge me. I didn't. By the way, I didn't eat any of the tomatoes. Okay, I ate broccoli, celery, and carrots.
And airheads?
I
Airheads.
wanted
What the
something
fuck?
sweet. I ate an
Tongue's full.
airhead because I
Tongue's
wanted something sweet. Have you
Look at his
never?
tongue.
I don't even know what that is.
It's like taffy, but only sugar.
Yeah, but who eats that after broccoli? Who eats
Oh
airheads
my
after veggies?
God. If I were to linger on everything you do that is weird, John, we never would
You
have
all
started this
drink
game.
milk with your
Let's-
spaghetti?
You're curling dog.
Yeah, let us. Yeah, Mr. Curls toes over fucking gas pedal. Let's move on. All right,
I'm gonna pee myself.
shall we?
Please.
Like a monkey. Grab on.
Hi, everybody. We're back. By the way, let's go ahead and dive in. Picking up where we left off, the third trial concluded at the very beginning of the session with 3 victors: that of Thalia, Astarius, and Sir Garrett Greenmeyer. Those 3 emerged victorious and were celebrated, but most of the other contestants at least bowed out with some semblance of grace. Some more than others. But the day continued on. A brief conversation between... Dude, these fireworks need to chill the hell out. Between Merrick and Kaylin about trust and secrets. And then a conversation between Xanthi and Octavia about what exactly the best way to approach speaking to some of these contestants, as well as some of the foreign dignitaries, would be. I'm sorry, it is so hard to speak coherent sentences when World War III is happening. Excuse me. So the decision that they come to is that inviting Thalia as well as Andros, Alicides, Octavia's uncle, to a dinner would not necessarily be bending or breaking those rules, as all of the kids would be present. So would Talon, and they met with the King of the Nornathi yesterday, so meeting with those of the Arcadian Republic of Elysia today doesn't seem that big of a deal. It seems fairly normal. So that conversation is had. Dinner is quite peaceful, as various questions are asked and connections are made between Andros and Octavia, a small connection between Kaylin. Merrick and Edwin notice something strange going on with Thalia, but choose not to press it any further in that moment. As everyone begins to head to bed, Octavia is escorted to her room by her uncle, where he shares that the reason that Cersei ended up coming to Adaria in the first place was so that way she could have some type of purpose in the world, that she could be someone important in the world, even if she didn't feel very important at home. But as soon as she had her first vision, her first prophetic vision, that it was her duty to return home, and it was something that she chose to do. Andros also says that anytime that Octavia decides to come to Elysia, anything she wants to do and anywhere she wants to go, it's up to her. There'll be no restrictions. So she heads to bed, and Xanthi is approached by a messenger of House Astralor. Apparently there is a gift waiting for her from Lady Valora, but Xanthi, since given the opportunity, told the messenger that since Lady Valora is waiting till tomorrow, that since it's so late, it's probably best that she does wait until tomorrow to receive any gifts or any messages or have any more meetings. So Xanthi heads to bed. With that, eventually, night passes, and at least tonight, all of you sleep peacefully. Nothing terrible or horrendous happens. You wake up bright and early in the morning, around 5:30, 6 a.m., and all of you gather for breakfast within that private dining hall of House Falkrest. And it is just the 5 of you as breakfast is served. And, well, I leave it up to Merrick, as all of you are just kind of having various small talk about the contestants and your various thoughts and the rankings. Merrick, I open it up to you.
I think he'll wait till like people are mostly through with their food. Just, shouldn't start a really serious conversation at like the beginning of a meal, I wasn't sure if anyone had any new thoughts, but I did feel it was time for us to readdress the Davian situation and the steps we wanted to take next. I guess I was just curious if anyone had any thoughts since 2 nights ago.
Kaylin
remember,
looks
just-
towards Edwin.
Does the whole siblings know about the whole Edwin trying to find Davian thing?
Yes.
That was a group combo. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was in front of everybody, pretty much.
Yeah. I can't remember. Edwin notices Kaylin looking at him, looks back at her, looks towards Merrick. Well, it has been a couple of days, and I have had time to think about it. I think we should bring him here and finalize all of this.
And by that you mean...
Kill him.
Oh,
No.
He's given us information. How much do we really need him for now?
He's given us some information, Edwin.
And what information do we need now?
Information on the other contestants, for starters. Not to mention the fact that if we were to act now, we'd be in hardly a better position than we were when we first found out. To act now would be stupid. It'd be messy.
The reality is, Edwin, he's only given us information on Garrett and Brenna. And again, unfortunately, Edwin, a lot of things have changed.
Yes, they have. Fine, then what should we do? What is the correct answer then?
I think there is a correct answer.
Well, there has to be, because every option that we have explored, there's been an incorrect way to do it, or someone has had something to say about it.
We need to have a case against him first. If we were to simply execute him now, like I said, it would be messy. Could be potentially covered by one of the edicts. However, we already know how much, well, how difficult of a process that can be. And
We
how much
have
it would
enough.
limit our father in future.
I
We
feel
find
that we have enough
information.
evidence.
We do not have any evidence, or barely anyways.
There
Not
are
enough to
clerics at our
stand on.
disposal that can use certain spells to make people tell the truth. I have all the evidence against him and his threats. And we have the backing of Father to do what we want, so why not just get it over with? If we don't, in about a month's time, the king of the Nornorthi will have him dead. And there's no stopping that. You do all realize, right?
Well, Edwin, I think we first have to... I think the first question is, when and how are you going to make the relationship public? Wasn't that the first step? I mean, that's seemingly what we all kind of as our hands were forced, agreed on, I feel like that might be beneficial to do before anything, right?
I have to talk to Astrid.
I think that is the first step. Because once that is known and made public, that is taking at least a portion of power away from him.
This is
And
all
perhaps-
going off the basis that he doesn't already know.
It's not about whether or not he knows. He certainly knows. Taking away the power from him comes in letting everyone else know. There are people potentially even loyal to Davian who, when they learn that Astrid and Freya, not only are they the princess of the Nornathi, but now Talon's daughter-in-law and first grandchild. I think that's a much harder ask for any assassin to go after them.
Even if
It
it does
would also-
reduce some, well, intent for assassination, it also is a risky thing in itself. If we are to use it as the first step in order to deal with Davian, I believe that there is some danger in it as well. We come out, reveal that Edwin has had this whole secret family with some foreign, well, power.
It wasn't
daughter
an
of the
affair,
king.
Xanthi.
I'm not saying it is an affair.
Then don't use the
relation-
word.
That might have been a slip on my part. My apologies. I did not even realize.
You said it. Don't use the word.
Sorry, that was a slip up on mine, and Xanthi would not have. There will be those that question, or be warranted to question, that relationship, especially if it is used in order to, well, hurl accusations, and one of the council could look suspicious, like some kind of infiltration. I believe it to be warranted for some people to speculate that it was a ploy on the Nornathi to try and infiltrate and influence the crown, to throw out what has otherwise been a loyal spy master. We know the truth, of course, but that doesn't mean that the narrative can't be there.
Sure, but those two things don't have to happen simultaneously. Right? It comes out, it's a public matter, everyone knows. And then, at the end of this tournament, that is when we address Davian directly. I
So
mean,
you're
it's
saying
not...
that we should say this during the tournament?
I'm saying that it is better that we take care of what we have control of, which is the knowledge of telling the people, sooner rather than later. And then take care of the Davian situation. People are going to speculate, people are going to talk, people are going to have opinions on this marriage regardless. Whether your family was being threatened or not. They're going to make assumptions and say whatever they want. I can't make the decision for you, Edwin. I'm just giving as much as I can.
I have a question. Wasn't Davian blackmailing you that if you didn't try to fight for the crown, then they'd do something to your family? Aren't you keeping them as safe as possible just by doing that? And there's not really a timeline on this, right?
That is a fact, but the issue with that is that Davian has things in place. Should
No,
I not?
I agree, but I mean, making it public would, like, add all the protections too, but also, to our knowledge, there isn't a reason for Davian to act on that because you are actively trying for the crown. So we have that in our, on our side, a time at least.
But I'm not actively going for the crown.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to know that, Edwin.
Oh, I didn't know this. Well, then, yeah, let's just kill him.
Yeah.
Well, Edwin's got a point. Someone's gonna kill him. It's gonna be either us or Edwin, or there's gonna be a war now with the Nornathi.
No, I agree. But I'm saying, I think there's a process to be followed first.
Make it look like an
And-
accident.
I'm-
Like he fell downstairs or something. I don't know.
And as much as I am inclined to take that route, I think Edwin needs to make this public before we try anything. At least take that power, Edwin.
I'm not disagreeing. I think it's a fine idea. I need to talk to Astrid. I'm not going to make this public unless she agrees.
Okay? I think that's only fair.
Have we completely decided to forego the Kester route?
It's hardly a route at the moment. We would need
Why
more.
not?
We would need more than what we have at the moment. They're loose threads, we need to be able to tie them together. Davian was not
Use-
a contact for Kester. There was some third party, and until we know who that third party is and are able to connect him to Davian, it's only a link of circumstance. Would not hold up.
What was the name of the house that hired Kester? I cannot remember the gentleman's name because it's been like 2 months in my defense, if not longer.
Let us dwell.
Yeah, it's like, give me a second here.
But I do remember, like, because we talked about this before, there is no relation to Davian from that contact.
Correct, yeah.
But it's the only thread we have to pull on right now. Like, Davian's good at his job. There's never gonna be not a middleman.
Well, yeah, but, like, that's what I mean. Like, we're gonna have to get to this contact first, not just be able to say, hey, look, he's talking to this irrelevant person. That means Davian's bad. Like, we need a little
No,
bit
for
more than
sure.
that.
But I'm just saying, we use Kester, like, his testimony of, like, hey, this is what I was hired to do. This is what I was
Damien
captured
Thrin, by the way.
doing. Sorry, what?
Damien Thrin.
Oh, Damien Thrin. But yeah, like, we can use Kester's testimony to tell Talon that, like, hey, this is what's going on. Here's the thread to pull. Like, Talon was already ready to execute Davian. Like, I'm sure that he can help us in terms of locking down this house's resources and chasing this rabbit hole further.
That's what I mean. Like, before we act on Davian, I think we need to do something, like, to get to Damien Thrin.
And-
Because
Are there any Thrins in the house? Anyone coming to the party?
Octavia was friends with a Thrin.
Mhm.
Are they
I
here?
am. Poppy? No, she's not. But she's gonna be
Well-
coming to our home. She'll
Is
be
Poppy
there.
one of the other ones that's doing the ritual?
Mhm.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, 2 birds with 1 stone, maybe. Kester wasn't the one downstairs in the dungeon that was babbling after Mr. Shepherd Boy, Mr. Jesus, got a hold of him. Ordered him.
No, that was the guy who tried to
No.
stab you, Edwin.
Oh yeah, oh, poor guy.
Anyway. The thing that has shocked me most about this campaign is Edwin's disregard for human life, I think, is the...
Yeah.
I would rephrase that
You know, he's
as
gonna be a light
Edwin's
perk.
slow descent into disregard for human life.
No.
Beforehand, he was very for
Sure,
human
dude.
life. Do we
Oh,
not
like
remember the beginning of the campaign where he's like, "Hey, we don't have to do this. Let's not fight, guys. There should be no bloodshed." No, you know what?
3 months
Yeah.
later, he's like,
I remember
"Let's kill
him
him."
threatening people and threatening people and threatening people and a little
Yeah,
bit threatening
because
people.
his life
did.
or not his wife and child are being threatened. Okay?
We're getting off
Everyone
topic.
dies.
So Caleb says,
We all deserve to
Yeah.
die.
okay. So, and Edwin, correct me if I'm wrong, the plan is what? Step 1, talk to Astrid. And then figure out a time and a place to reveal this information. We gauge the public. We get a feel for things. And then we make a plan. Whether that involves following up on Kester or we just outright accuse him. I still feel, and I would love to hear what the rest of you think, I still feel as though the sooner you're public about it, the better, but accusing him at the end of the tournament might be a better idea. I could be wrong. I don't know.
I mean, there's no real reason to accuse him in front of other kingdoms at the end of the tournament.
I'm sure. I mean, like Via said, it's not like there is a time limit, but with the Nornathi, you have a month. So if not at the end of the tournament, before the month ends.
And the more we plan, the more we risk Davian learning about our plans.
So
I
perhaps you
think
take
for
the
best,
first step.
For now, it might be best. You have this conversation with Astrid. You make this public. It buys us at least a little bit of time. And then when we are able to get back to Crown's Rest, that is when we'll be able to make some kind of investigation towards Thrin. And we can deal with things from there. We cannot make any moves against Davian until that time, or until we have more information. Otherwise it would simply come off as a baseless claim. And we cannot especially afford to be replacing another member of the council just as we're only getting one at the moment. Otherwise we'd be 2 council members down, in front of all our foreign dignitaries as well. We cannot do anything against Davian now, no matter how much we wish to discuss it.
I appreciate all of your insight. I think this was a productive conversation. Is there anything else?
No more late night trips without informing anyone else.
I will be sure that if I make any late night trips, I will inform all of you. Considering we're all sleeping in the same room, I don't think I have it in me to sneak out.
She narrows her eyes at you.
If there's nothing else, I need to go talk to my wife. He's gonna get up, give a little courtly bow, and push the chair in and leave the room to go talk to Astrid.
Okay. Yep, sounds good. So early in the morning, you can easily find Astrid currently eating breakfast amongst the other Nornathi as well as the other Elysians. Same situation they had when you all first arrived. You can see her. She's sitting there next to the High King, as well as the other, representatives from the Nornathi tribes. You can see she sees as you entered, and she gives a.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Everybody else lose me, or
Yeah.
Just for a moment.
I did want to say, after Edwin walks out, I didn't know if the rest of the siblings still had talks to do, so I didn't want to just like hijack that and then go to Astrid. If there's still talks between you guys, I could do that after. Or I didn't want to hijack the.
Nah, go talk to your wife,
Nope.
dude.
I'll just mention that when Edwin leaves, Merrick just looks worried, but that's it.
All right, now time to hijack. All right.
Yep.
Anyways,
So,
Hand it off, actually.
You head in and you can see that Astrid, as you walk in, she gives you a very courtly nod, and then she returns to her conversation at the table.
Who's she talking to?
The High King and the various, Nornathi dignitaries.
All right. Well, Edwin will wait. He will make his presence known after looking at Astrid and giving a bow, and I guess find the nearest chair and start reading while he's waiting, because he doesn't want to butt into their conversation. They're obviously talking about something, so
Okay.
he'll wait to be addressed.
So Edwin, you end up sitting there for maybe 15, 20 minutes, reading. And then eventually everybody sort of breaks from breakfast and begin to head to various activities, preparing for the trial this afternoon. And Astrid will, Astrid will approach your table where you're sitting and say, I see that you are still here. Was there something that you needed to speak with me or the High King about?
He need to speak with you more directly. I guess it also is something to address to the High King. How are you?
She kind of looks around at the various people still in here. Are you sure that it is a good idea that we are seen together?
Was that comment a comment of a little stab, a little are you sure that you want to be seen together with me stab, or was it a fearful I don't know if Davian's watching kind of thing?
I don't see why it can't be both.
Thanks. I don't think it matters as long as I guess I'm not holding your hand.
Was there something that you needed of me, Prince Edwin?
He stands up from the chair and walks over to her. He, disregarding everything going on around, looks at her and says, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that all of this came out. I'm sorry about everything that happened in there and that I did not tell you. I wanted to. I did not hold these secrets. I held them because I was afraid. Not because I wanted to. I'm sorry that my lack of words and information has hurt you.
As you know, we do not linger on the past. We live in the moment, and we look to the future. There are very few trespasses that cannot be forgiven, Edwin, but what I need to see is something done to protect our daughter. I don't care about me, but Freya. And I don't want to have to wait a month to see that happen.
He steps closer to her and kind of tries to cut off. Not aggressively, but just says, there is nothing in this world I would not do to keep our daughter safe. Nothing.
I believe you. I know you speak the truth. tell me this, Edwin. How long did it take you to tell me? To tell anyone what this spy master threatened?
I had to be sure. I had to make sure that at least a couple of the angles he had, the doors he opened, could be closed off from you. I had to keep it secret. Trust me, I wanted to let everyone know, but Daria's different. This place it's not straightforward. We don't resolve our conflicts with fights and then hug afterwards, go for a drink. There is poison, there are snakes, there are rats that scour and manipulate everything around them. I told you as soon as I could. As soon as I knew there was a semblance of safety. I promise.
And I believe you. But like I said, as hard as it is for me to act upon it now, the past, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. What matters is what we do today and where we will be tomorrow. And as long as you know that, as long as you have some type of plan or some type of instinct of where to go, then I will follow.
I have a plan. It needs your approval, and your father's as well. But I think that this will lead us in the direction to pull power out from beneath Davian's feet. I know. We need to go public. If that is something you'd be willing to do. I will never force you to do something you do not want.
No shame for our love.
He smiles. We had thought. I talked with my siblings that we go public during the tournament.
Very well.
This, of course, also needs your father's blessing, as we will be announcing, well, the marriages between two kingdoms.
And I will speak with my father, and I can think that there is no better way to celebrate that and to announce that than at a festival to pick the fighter that will protect your kingdom.
Good. Good. Oh, well, should I accompany you in the conversation with your father, or?
I will handle that.
No. Right. Okay. By the way, Freya's very safe. And he steps closer once more, like 1 foot away. And says, Davian will not live within that month. That is a promise I make to you.
Good. It would do a great deal of disservice and dishonor to you if the man who threatens your wife and child is killed by someone else.
And I will not let that happen.
And I believe you.
I hope you can forgive me for my transgressions, my secrets.
It is not forgiveness you need to earn, Edwin. Just prove to me today and tomorrow that you are the man that I have always known you to be, not one that keeps secrets.
I will.
Well, then if that is it, Prince Edwin, then I believe there are duties I need to attend to for the day.
Yes, my lady. As he kind of bows, he mouths the words, very nonchalant, just says, I love you, under his breath. And bids her farewell.
As you begin to
And-
walk away, you can hear the murmur in return.
He smiles. And he leaves the room.
Perfect.
What time of day is it?
By this point, 9 a.m.
When is Davian in the courtyard?
I think I said 1.
Okay.
That's in Crown's Rest.
There was, I thought, was it just in Crown's Rest that he got that information?
Yeah, I'm
It was
pretty
the
sure.
courtyard, and then was it the library? No.
There was some area here that was mentioned as well by the gauntlet, I thought.
I thought so. If it wasn't, then that's fine. But
Let me check. Been a minute.
there was 2 places. It was the courtyard and the other place. But I don't. Great Hall? I don't remember.
No, what am in a place where he was alone? Oh man, I have too much stuff for the festival. I do not know as of right now. I can get back to you after the session, but
I have too many notes in here for the festival. I do not know.
It's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Edwin's not going to go try to find him today,
Oh,
but
okay.
he's just reminding himself in his head what the gauntlet said. Like every day, like every hour, he repeats it to himself so that he remembers.
okay,
That's all. That's all Edwin got.
sounds good to me.
And yes, he will go public with Freya too.
Very good, very good. So with that, before the next trial, all of you are called back to Talon's room about an hour before it's supposed to start. About 11 a.m.
We go.
We go indeed.
So, one by one, all of you sort of enter the room together, and you can see that Davian is here, as well as Talon.
Pattern.
Well, I guess he's gonna cast Inflict Wounds. No, I'm just kidding.
It is good that all of you were able to make the time. Davian has discovered 2 more things about some of our contestants that I think all of you should definitely know. Both are concerning. Yes, I will. Yes, I discovered a couple of things about Bjorn and Victor. Apparently, Bjorn, it has been seen by several individuals in the nights before the Sentinel Festival started. They saw him in the woods. Not a strange place for a man like him to be. In fact, I think he finds more comfort there than within city walls, understandably so. But when in his werebear form at night, those that are more receptive have remarked in seeing some type of brand beneath his fur. Something in the shape of what looks to be a crown. Something with 3 peaks, at least. Most concerningly, though, apparently there are rituals he does in the evening sometimes that involve a fair amount of blood. His own, of course, but blood nonetheless. And apparently, from what I have heard, when he originally set out from the Serpent's Grove many years ago with you, Kalen, apparently there were 3 other individuals that he left with. The 4 were meant to travel together to ensure you arrive to your destination safely.
What? That's not true.
Four individuals were spotted on the outskirts of Thornfield Lands in a small village where you must have stopped at to gather supplies. They were seen. Bjorn was one of them, carrying a small girl. There are
Does
records.
Caleb have any recollection of this?
No, it was a pretty traumatizing few days for you, Kaylin. You don't really remember that much. I mean, you were older, like you were, like 11. But it is a blur those few days.
She's gonna be stubborn and skeptical, but continue. Sorry.
A few days later, closer towards the end of Thornfield Lands, the innkeeper there keeps track of individuals, especially those seemingly from the Serpent's Grove that stopped by. And there were only 2. A young girl and an older man with scars on his face. Somewhere between that tavern that you originally stopped at and getting out of Thornfield Lands closer towards Rosemont, those other 3 individuals disappeared.
I don't know where you get your information from, but I don't remember any of that.
Well, you were a young girl at the time.
That doesn't mean anything. I traveled with Bjorn. And no one else.
The first innkeeper did not keep very good records. He did have the mark of 4 individuals from the Serpent's Grove escorting a young girl. There was a woman amongst them. A woman with short cropped black hair and a scar in the shape of a crescent moon on her cheek. Does that sound familiar at all?
I assume it does not, Joseph.
Yes, it does, Kaylin. That was one of the individuals from the Serpent's Grove village. One of the people you grew up with. You can't remember her name exactly. You're pretty sure her name was Kami, but you're not sure other than that.
I know of who you speak of, but again, no one else traveled with us. I think there was a misunderstanding.
There very well could have been. You did experience it firsthand. My information is all second or third, so while those pieces of information might be inaccurate, the rest of it, I believe, is the blood rituals and the brand on him.
And does Kaylin know anything about that?
No. Blood rituals also are something that those individuals...
I mean, she's not, like, surprised.
No, it is. Some individuals in the Serpent's Grove do it, but those are seen to be... they invoke a lot of power when you do them, you know. There's a lot of power in blood, especially for somebody like Bjorn, who is a Veil Walker. There is a lot more power in his blood, considering what he's tethered to. There are separate cultures in the Serpent's Grove. It's a very diverse place, and the people who would use blood rituals the most were the ones who were closest to those sort of northern mountains that were kind of the very ooky spooky Serpent's Grove people.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Kaylin is just like a shadow cast over her face. She doesn't say anything else.
Well, that is something to consider. For Victor, something strange that I discovered in reaching out to my contacts within Maldaris, there were no survivors of that cult he defeated. None. None at all. No one to contradict his heroic tale. However, in yesterday's trial, against Thalia, there was a bit of a close call. Her spear tip did graze his shoulder just a bit, and some droplets of blood fell to the ground. Not enough that most eyes could see it, but enough that I did. After everything was over, and most of the crowds had cleared, I thought it was a good idea to collect it and have it analyzed by several contacts I have. And it seems as though there is some type of influence in his blood, beyond that of what a normal tiefling might have. Something put there on purpose. In terms of what that may be, I'm not exactly sure. The only other thing that I did discover is that Victor has quite a few contacts within Crown's Rest, and many of the cities in Adaria. In fact, when several of those contacts were cornered, I suppose, and questioned as to what they were doing, my individuals report that they had a great deal of knowledge over the movements of the royal family and their schedules. At least while all of you were still within Crown's Rest. So very interesting, I think.
Very.
I think what I'm
Is
gonna
that everything?
do, just real quick, I think I'm just gonna edit the main one that I did, and I'll just add them to it, and I'll just pin it.
Okay, I was just gonna put it in our spreadsheet thing. Where is this at?
I'm gonna post it in just a second.
Okay. Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm. Oh shit, I deleted a whole chunk on accident, sorry.
It's all good.
Okay, and then, so, okay, there we go.
Oh, pin. Where's pin? Pin message. Oh yeah, pin it.
Okay, all right, there you go. Pinned a message. You can go up to, you can see both of them there. Well, that is what I have. I'm still trying to find more about the three others participating in the tourney. Thalia is quite interesting. I have found a fair bit of her and her connections to Alicia. I know that before she was an adventurer, she tended to the Roos there. I believe, if what I have learned is correct, that she tended to phoenixes, of all things. Very strange.
That's what she told us.
Ah, you've been doing your own digging. Very good.
Yeah, getting to know her.
Was there anything else that she told you on top of that that might help me?
She also did interact with a phoenix. Not phoenix, sorry. Sphinx.
A sphinx.
She didn't say when or which one. I know those are pretty intelligent creatures, so but besides that, she just said that she was drawn to being an adventurer and to wander.
Very interesting. I will investigate that further. There was something that I read about several individuals and their connections with sphinxes. I'll see if there's a stronger connection there. I might have something next we meet. Seraphina's record so far has been spotless. Anything I can find about her connection to Celestia and the Hells, it's few and far between, I might say, but still, she has been a paragon of justice in her time there. And, might I say, quite a ferocious one, apparently. The one thing that most of any information I can find on her is that she is unwavering. Regardless of the tide of devil spawn she faces, she will not hesitate to cut them down, even if it means her own demise. And finally, Astarius. I had said this before, but still, nothing. I had his room searched. Nothing. The only thing that was in there, the only thing, the room was untouched. The food that had been delivered to his door on various nights, untouched, not eaten. There was a small leather satchel, and within it there were several clusters, maybe the size of a thumbnail, of various shards of rhyolite. And that was it. No weapons, no other clothes, just that one bag. In fact, the bed was still completely made. He also does just frighten most of the attendants, the various servants. He scares them. But if I find anything more about those three, I will be sure to inform all of you as soon as I possibly can. So you can act on that information in whatever way you see fit.
Yes, and I'm
Thank
sure
you.
that a competent spy master will be able to find something on all of them.
Of course. Small bits and bobbles I've found so far for Thalia and Astarius, Seraphina is the only one that eludes me, but it is my duty to serve, and I will find that information. Well, if there are no other questions for me, I believe there is a tourney that all of you must attend to. I'm very excited for today's trial. Yesterday's was quite exhilarating. I'm excited to see what they do today.
Indeed. Well, thank you, Spy Master.
Of course. And he'll give a bow, and he'll leave the room.
Well, anything before our next one? Kind of looking around, mainly towards Talon, since the kids have already talked today.
I'm interested to learn more about Thalia. My experience in Elysia when I was a young man was not entirely positive.
What was negative?
Well, there was a disagreement. Someone accused me of stealing something, which I did not. I am not a thief, not in any stretch of the imagination, but they were convinced that I had. And I submitted to all their questioning, all their testing, everything. And I passed. But yet they still insisted on, well, this one individual insisted on keeping me there. And I simply did not. It wasn't until the Praetor intervened and allowed me to go, given the fact that even though I didn't act like it, I was royalty of Adaria. And well, I had done a fair bit of sparring when I was there. Most of them that I fought against, they were wonderful swordsmen and fighters, and we got along great. And when Thalia had made the comment that she, one of her masters had encountered me in the dueling arena, I figured that it was nothing but one of those that I had good experiences with, but I don't know, the other night at dinner, I caught her. She kept stealing glances at me. Unless I'm making that up,
You're not. I saw it too.
Well, then it wasn't just my imagination. I might, review some of my own journals during this trial, if all of you think that you can sit there and look very important while the trial's happening.
I'm sure we'll manage.
I'd hope so, it's hard.
If I may ask, Father, what exactly did they accuse you of stealing?
What set me off on believing that this maybe was connected, it was an idol. A small one, fit in the palm of your hand, but an idol of a sphinx. There are many baubles like this that are around the world. Granted, they're typically for beasts or maybe smaller monstrosities. You can speak a word, and the clay or bronze or brass or obsidian figurine, if you speak the magical words, it will come to life and grow to size. That
figurine was apparently some type of sphinx, some type of miniature, or some type of sphinx. They accused me of stealing it, since I was allowed access to many places that most travelers aren't, considering the deeds I had done in the port cities on the Starwind Channel. I can't even remember his name off the top of my head. It was one of 200 adventures. Marcos? I can't remember. I'll look into it and see if maybe I wrote down more details. I kept all those journals. I typically don't go back and read them anymore, as I find it's dangerous to relive the glory days, but this seems to be of use. Well, I think that it's getting closer to the time. If you all have nothing else pressing.
Does Talon look uncomfortable at all with all this talk?
I'm gonna say all of you recognize your dad, and all of you can see that he's a little uncomfortable. Xanthi, I'd like you to make an insight check with advantage, because like I said, you definitely have spent the most time around him.
Yeah. At least if it looks like he's like just trying to hide shit. Oh.
Hey, old man.
Stop letting me toggle advantage. Okay, I'm just gonna have to roll twice.
Yeah, I find that sometimes the toggle doesn't work very well. Okay, 12?
Like the toggle's not even showing up. It doesn't matter. I roll like shit anyways.
It's okay.
That's not bad.
Because 12, it's not, Xanthi, you can tell even with a 12, it's not the event. It's not the Arcadia thing. It seems like it's just the past. Seems to be a big hurdle for him. That's what he seems more uncomfortable with. Like him mentioning the glory days and hundreds of adventures, those are the parts where he seems most, I don't know, uncomfortable. It's not just the Arcadia or the Elysian thing.
but like, he's a yapper. Like he's told us about his past before, right? Like little stories and shit. Like, is this weird for him? To, like, be so like cagey about it?
I mean, he hasn't told you guys stories. I mean, not for a while now. I mean, because most of you are grown up. I mean, maybe when Octavia was 12, 13, he maybe would have told a couple stories, but he hasn't probably talked much about his adventuring days since then, you know? Because you guys are adults now. You don't need to hear stories about his adventures. You've got your own lives to worry about. When you were kids, you don't really remember him being so uncomfortable. I don't know. It is strange, though. You definitely do clock that. It is weird and intentionally so. I'll also say that.
Noted.
Noted.
Xanthi right now.
Yeah.
Little note,
Click. Okay.
No.
All right.
And the last thing that I'll say, those journals, they stay on Elendar's promise for the most part. I keep them in my private quarters. I'm sorry. I think that it's time for all of you to get to the event, and I'll go look through those to see if I can find anything about Alicia.
Thanks.
And of
Dad.
course, if you need any assistance, there's still something we can offer.
I think the most assistance all of you could be is making sure that this festival continues to go as wonderfully as it has. At least outside looking in. It's really, all I hear are good things.
I do have one last note before we leave. Going to go public. About Astrid and Freya. I've already talked to Astrid.
Good.
She's talking to the king.
Fantastic. Anytime, whether it be the festival or afterwards, whatever you think is best, son.
That is all.
Before all of you go, I feel like I just need to say something. I know I have made mistakes, not just with all of you, but in my life in general, and I know that many of those mistakes were my own fault. And I know, because of those mistakes, many things in my life are different than what I'd hoped or wished they would be, but the one thing that I know is more true than anything, is that I would not change anything about all of you. I love all of you so deeply and so truly, and I am sorry that this crown and this sword and this everything has put all of you, that I have put all of you in such a position.
Why are you talking like you're going somewhere? Or
No, I'm not. But more so recently than in the past, I feel old. More gray hairs, more pain, more longing to be young again. I've been very lucky because of my adventures, that I've got to live such a wonderful life. But the past is catching up to me. I'm getting old, and I don't know. I felt as though before things get better or worse or whatever happens, I just want all of you to know that I would not change anything about any of you. Not a thing. I promise nothing bad's going to happen to me. I'm fine. These past few weeks, I have been very cold and harsh and stern with all of you, and I just didn't want all of you to forget that I do love you. and I am proud of the people that you've grown up to be, even if you might not feel it. I do. I am. And before you say anything, don't feel like you have to say anything right now. I just wanted to say that. That's all.
Well, I hope you know. That we are who we are because of you. You have been an outstanding father. Regardless of how much you have annoyed us individually. I know that we can only understand with what we see how difficult it is to be king. But to be king and also be a great father and grandfather, you manage it well.
Thank you, my boy.
I'm sorry, but we can all agree that this is a odd timing for such a conversation. You asked us not to be concerned, but you asked us not to be concerned about a lot of things. Why are you saying all this now?
Because in the past 2 months alone, I feel like I've made 100 missteps after 1,000 more in raising all of you. And I just felt as though I needed to say something.
And you can promise that there was no more direct trigger.
No, gods, no, I just... I just needed all of you to know that. That's all.
Does she believe him?
Make an insight check with advantage.
Cause what?
Yeah.
Maybe this time it will be better. Oh, look at that.
16?
I'll take it.
16's good.
That's pretty good.
Xanthi, you definitely, like internally you want to believe him, and externally it seems as though he's telling the truth, but I don't want to say it seems like he's holding something back, because that's not true. It just seems
like more to it.
Maybe it's just there's more to it, but not like a secret he's holding back. There's more feelings he has. I think that's the better way to phrase it. There's more he wants to say, but it doesn't. By reading him, he knows that now's not the time. I think that's the most I can say without giving it away. You know, bars. You know what I mean.
I think Xanthi's just staring very intently at him. Because I don't know, if it's not the time, it's not the time. Like, she doesn't want to press, but at the same time, she's pissed off at him. So obviously, still like going around with things like this. So yeah, she won't say anything, just staring.
Be able to just give him a hug.
Die, man.
Be able to just give him a hug and say, "I love you, Dad."
I love you too, Octavia.
Well, we still have a festival to attend to.
Yes, please, exactly.
But we are first and foremost the king's hand. If there is anything, we will make time for it.
Good. It's the most I can ask.
Alright then. And she'll turn on her heel and start getting out.
Okay.
Yeah, Kaylin will be, if unless anyone else has anything to say, the last person to leave.
Mhm.
I think for a while she was kind of staring off into the corner of the room, but at some point her attention kind of turned to like just the table in front of her, and she's gonna stand up and she's gonna say, just to Talon, I'm sorry that I am
Kayla, did you say different or difficult?
difficult.
Difficult. Okay, cool.
I'm just different.
Galen, you're not difficult.
We don't have to have this conversation right now. But I did not like the way you were speaking. So I apologize. Maybe it's just a Serpent's Grove thing, or maybe it's just a Fallcrest thing. To be stubborn. But I am sorry if I have made you feel a certain way. And she's gonna leave before he can say anything.
Okay. And Caitlin was the last to leave, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
As all of you leave, Talon is there for just a moment by himself. And he kind of looks up and says,
I do hope they know. I don't know when. And I don't know how. I just needed them to know.
and he'll just kind of sit there for a moment and weep. And the camera will pan away. And we cut back to the kids. Pew, pew, pew. As all of you march your happy butts down to the area where the fourth trial is being set up. Now, you actually have to go out of Skyhaven, into Seahaven, and out into the forest outside, as that is where that has been set up. Now, let me go to Seahaven Festival here. Okay. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. So all of you make your way out and down into Seahaven. Your, royal guards, the Crown Claw Knights, following you all the way down. Until eventually you get there. Now, on that journey from Skyhaven all the way to the outskirts, which takes about 45 minutes, did you guys want to talk about anything on your way down?
No.
don't think so.
Not I.
All right. So, with that, I just want to double check one thing. Okay. Got it. So all you make your way down and out into the forests of Sea Haven outside, and there you can see the festival is set up, ready to go. The trial is ready. So I'm getting notes for it here. Oh. So this exterior area has been transformed into this forest of like wooden poles shaved down, reinforced with iron. Dozens of poles rising from this clearing like these masts of a ghostly fleet. They vary in height from 6 feet tall to almost 20. Some are as thick as tree trunks, while others are these like slender spear shafts that kind of like wibble and wobble in the wind just a tiny bit. There is this autumn wind that whistles through the trees, and it kind of creates this, or these poles that kind of creates this like eerie melody. And it mingles with those crash of waves just outside of the city limits. You can see ropes and chains connect some of the thicker poles, while others they stand isolated like islands in this sea of trees. The gray stone of Skyhaven rises in the distance, and you can see that there are many people, many more than in the previous trials, are standing all around on various risers, as well as sort of stone plateaus that are just natural rock formations in the area as they gather to watch this trial. As this is one of the only trials that anybody who can come, get here early, and get a good enough seat can see. So the spectators begin to fill that arena, and this sort of like mountain mist is just barely clinging onto the poles now, as most of it has been dried up as the sun has finally shone through those clouds. You can see Lady Marianne steps forward again and gestures towards the swaying forest of posts and says, "All contestants at once," she announces. "Last to fall claims victory. The heights will test your balance, but it is your opponents who will test your resolve." You can see all 7 contestants eerily begin to look towards each other as all of them, there are ladders that are posted up at 7 different ends of the arena, as all of them begin to climb up to various poles, as all of them seek to sort of perfectly perch themselves at the very beginning for this aerial battle. However, before we get into the trial, we're going to go elsewhere. Back to Dragon's. Now, within the keep of Dragon's End, there is a minimal amount of activity this late in the night. On an unspecified day, at around 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, maybe closer to midnight, we zoom in on 2 guards standing their post. Go ahead and the evening chill, it clings to the old cobblestones of Dragon's End like a shroud. And there, young Corwin stands. Can't shake the feeling like something's watching him from the shadows between the various corridors. He shifts his weight from foot to foot, and that leather strap, still oversized, rubbing against his chin. He glances down the main hallway leading to that grand entry area where individuals have to teleport up from beneath.
You're making me nervous with all that fidgeting, Joran mutters, adjusting the grip on his halberd.
The older guard's patchy beard can't quite hide the weariness etched into his face.
We've been promoted to dragons and guards, boy. Act like it.
Corwin tries to stand straighter, but his eyes keep darting to the various corridors.
I mean, don't you hear that, Joran? That rustling? The keep is how many hundreds of feet up in the air? There's wind. It's the tapestries on the wall, boy. Nothing more.
But even as Joran says that, his knuckles whiten around the halberd's haft. The sound isn't quite right. It's too rhythmic, too deliberate, like something large moving carefully through narrow spaces between the corridors. Shadow flickers at the edge of Corwin's vision, and he spins towards it, his hand flying to his sword hilt. There's nothing, just empty air. And the lingering scent of something sweet. Kind of like flowers, but there's this other note. Flowers left in a mausoleum.
There! Did you see it? I saw nothing.
Joran cuts him off, but his voice is tighter now.
Keep your voice down.
They stand in a tense silence for a moment, listening. The usual sounds of Dragon's End seems muted tonight. There's no raucous laughter from the various guard posts or armories where guards will take their time off. No late night nobles walking throughout the halls, whispering and talking. And even the rats have gone silent. It is very strange. But then they hear it. Footsteps. Not heavy boot falls of fellow guards or even Crown Claw knights. Even maybe the shuffling movements of nobles. No, these steps are light, deliberate. And they're coming from multiple directions at once. Corwin's breath mists in a sudden cold air.
Joran, I think we should.
The other guard raises his hand up sharply. In the distance, he hears shouting. And then a horn. A call to arms.
That was the Crown Claw's horn. And coming from the Lord Regent's room. The Lord Regent, he's...
And as if summoned by that horn's call, more shadows begin to shift and dance at the edges of their vision. Not cast by any torch or lantern, but moving with purpose and intelligence. Corwin's too large helm suddenly feels like it's strangling him.
What do we do?
Corwin whispers, his voice barely audible above the sound of his own hammering heart. Joran squares his shoulders, decades of military training overriding his fear.
We do our job, boy. We guard Dragon's End.
He raises his halberd slightly, the steel head catching what little moonlight filters through the stained glass.
And we pray to whatever gods are listening that we live to see the dawn.
The shadows continue to dance, and somewhere in the darkness, something that isn't human begins to laugh.
a sound like breaking glass and dying dreams. Corwin grips his sword hilt tighter and tries very hard to not think about how his mother told him that guard duty would be boring. And with that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
Whoa. Yay.
And hey, you know
Delicious.
what?
So,
You know what? The festival,
what?
one way or another, I'm going to make sure that it ends in 2 more sessions, all right?
I'll believe it when I see it.
It will, I promise. Because there are 2 more cutscenes. One that will happen after next session, and then one that will happen in the session after that, all taking place on the same night. So make sure to tune in and to stay for the whole thing so you can see whatever is happening in Clowns West. But we'll see what's happening there next week, and also what's happening in Skyhaven. So much stuff is going on. I'm sure it's all going to be good things. Thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you in the next one.